Cultivation Chat Group. Chapter for 81, A Sea Urchin Warrior in the Friend List of a Monster Hunter. Chapter for 81, A Sea Urchin Warrior in the Friend List of a Monster Hunter. Translator, Godbrandy. Editor, Karisu. Venerable Spirit Butterfly. 365 DAO names? What kind of joke was that? It wasn't the same as giving random names to pets. From where would he exactly get 365 DAO names? Damn it, who is the villain that badly influenced my daughter? Venerable Spirit Butterfly firmly believed that his beloved daughter would not come up with something like this on her own. She surely received someone's bad influence. Don't let me discover who you are. Otherwise, it does not end here between the two of us. Venerable Spirit Butterfly was like a ferocious tiger and roared toward the sky. With sparkling eyes, Softfeather said again, "Father? Can I?" Venerable Spirit Butterfly took a deep breath. After a short moment, he revealed a radiant smile and gave her a thumbs up. "It's fine. Regardless of how many DAO names you want, your father will try to deal with it. Something like 365 DAO names cannot stop me. When the time comes, each of the DAO names I'll choose will have a profound meaning, and there won't be repetitions. Father is the best," Softfeather said happily. Venerable Spirit Butterfly had a gratified expression on his face. Cave Lord Snow Wolf. True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon. Great Master Profound Principle. True Monarch White Crane. Ahaha, is it a new trend to have more than one DAO name? True Monarch Fallout said. From Little Friend Song Shuhang's 7 DAO names to Softfeather's 366 DAO names, which fellow Daoist would try to fight for the title of fellow Daoist with most DAO names next? It would be rather amusing if each member of the 9 provinces #1 group had more than one DAO name one day and took turns alternating them. True Monarch Fallout was expectantly waiting for it to happen. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. In the meantime, in the depths of the sea beneath the luxurious cruise ship, a total of 16 sea urchin warriors quickly moved upward, chasing after the cruise ship. All those that have been dyed by the blood of a sea urchin warrior are enemies of all the sea urchin warriors in the world. Don't let them escape, catch up to them and kill them. The valiant sea urchin warriors fear nothing, the leading sea urchin warrior said in a grave tone. His whole body was giving off a metallic luster. He was obviously a sea urchin warrior that had undergone a mutation. We'll use the cruelest methods to kill them to appease the souls of our deceased clansmen in heaven. All the sea urchin warriors growled, their eyes bloodshot. In the rear of this group of 16 sea urchin warriors, a young sea urchin warrior took out his phone. It was obviously a custom-made mobile phone that could get signal in the depths of the sea and resist the water pressure. It was a product born from the fusion of magical techniques and technology. The young sea urchin warrior unlocked the phone and swiped until reaching the window of an instant messaging app. Afterward, he wrote something on the wall of his instant messaging app. Today, we finally managed to lock onto the prey. There is a cruise ship ahead, and our prey is precisely on that ship. The time to hunt has finally come. This is my first time hunting, I'm so excited. At the same time, the sea urchin warrior used the magically modified phone camera and aimed at the luxurious cruise ship, shooting 2 pictures. After editing the content, he published both the pictures and the attached text on the wall of his instant messaging app. The valiant sea urchin warriors fear nothing. The young sea urchin warrior put the phone away and rushed toward the cruise ship at full speed. After killing the prey, he would trample its head with his foot and take a picture while assuming a dashing appearance to commemorate his first hunt. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. At this time, on a small coral island 1,000 meters toward the east of the luxurious cruise ship. On the small coral island, 20 men with strange outfits were standing. They were wearing apricot yellow sleeveless Daoist robes. Moreover, 10 or so long talisman papers were hanging down from the shoulders of their robes. These talisman papers were full of incantations, and each of the talisman papers had from 25 to 30 talisman runes engraved on it. They could release the magical techniques concealed within as long as they tore the talisman papers down and activated them. Not only that, but the naked arms of these men were also full of runic tattoos. Although tattoos were different from talismans, they had almost the same effect. As long as they poured true chi or spiritual energy inside, they could activate them and release the magical technique sealed within. From their attires, it was possible to make out their identities. They were the same monster hunters that had disappeared from the world of cultivators thousands of years ago. They were different from other cultivators that attached great importance to practicing and becoming immortals. Rather than immortality, they were more interested in vanquishing demons and monsters. According to their obtuse thinking, as long as they saw a monster, regardless if it were a good or a bad one, they would have to seize it. If the monster was evil, they would think of a way to kill it. If it was good, they would still seal it. In other words, things such as monsters and demons were not allowed to exist in this world according to them. Have you discovered the traces of those vicious sea urchin monsters? The person leading the monster hunters was a man from the northeastern provinces. He was tall and strong and had an awe-inspiring expression on his face. They should be around this stretch of sea. But the sea is so big, it's not easy to find them, a young man said as he took out his mobile phone, quickly swiping on it. The account of this youth had the following ID, Mad Mental Hospital's director. Then, there were several other strange and abnormal IDs in his friend list. For example, East China Sea Scaly Monster, Lake Hua's Crucian Carp Spirit, Northeast Region's Tiger Monster, Changbai Mountains Flower Monster, Dragon King of the Well, Resentful Soul of the Toilet, and so on. He had all sorts of monsters and spirits as friends. Amongst them, there was also an ID that went by the name of Valiant Sea Urchin Warrior 8th Year, 59th Class, 32nd Number. To add so many strange guys as friends, this young monster hunter had paid a price that others couldn't even begin to imagine. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Eh? Wait, there is something. A happy expression suddenly appeared on the face of the young monster hunter. The message that Valiant Sea Urchin Warrior 8th Year, 59th Class, 32nd Number published on his wall earlier was now displayed on the screen of his mobile phone. The picture of a luxurious cruise ship was also attached to the message. According to what was written there, the sea urchin warriors were planning to attack the cruise ship and kill one of the passengers on board. This Valiant Sea Urchin Warrior 8th Year, 59th Class, 32nd Number was precisely that young sea urchin warrior we encountered earlier below the surface of the sea. To think that a day would come where a monster hunter had a sea urchin warrior in his friend list. Privacy was rather important nowadays, and one had to be careful about who they were adding as friends. The objective of the opposite party is a cruise ship. We have to move, we can't let these sea urchin monsters harm ordinary people, the tall and strong leader of the monster hunter said in a grave tone. Let's go, and let's pray that monsters would disappear from the world. Let's pray that monsters would disappear from the world, all the monster hunters shouted as they joined their palms together in front of their chests. In the next moment, the 20 monster hunters jumped down from the coral island and stepped on the surface of the sea, rushing toward the luxurious cruise ship that was 1 kilometer away while running on the water. All the 20 monster hunters were at least cultivators of the second stage True Master realm. They had been looking for the sea urchin warriors residing in this stretch of the sea for a very long time. Get the monster hunter space ready. As soon as the sea urchin monsters make their appearance, we'll drag them into the monster hunter space, the leader of the monster hunter shouted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 82, The Poisonous Snake Hiding in the Dark. Chapter for 82, The Poisonous Snake Hiding in the Dark. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Yu Jiaojiao, who was lying face down on the edge of the window, suddenly opened her eyes and said in a soft voice, "Fellow Daoist Shuhang, we have guests." After shrinking up, Yu Jiaojiao still had the body of a fish and the legs of a human. However, she looked as lovely as before. At this time, she looked like one of those cute little fairies. But if she were to assume her true form that was several meters long, things would take a scary turn. We can agree that regardless of what we were talking about, it would be righteous and lovely as long as it was small and exquisite. I know. Song Shuhang gently pushed the door of the room open. He didn't want to disturb the soundly sleeping Guegua. At the same time Yu Jiajiao induced the approaching sea urchin warriors, Song Shuhang also induced these uninvited guests. It wasn't that Song Shuhang's senses had suddenly become as good as a cultivator's of the fourth stage like Yu Jiajiao. The reason he induced those sea urchin warriors was the mark of the sea urchin slayer on his body. When the sea urchin warriors used their innate ability to lock onto his coordinates, Song Shuhang was also able to faintly sense them as they were moving closer. Yu Jiajiao blinked her small eyes and said, "Do you need my help?" "If Miss Jiajiao wants to lend a hand, it would be truly great," Song Shuhang said with a smile. He wasn't one of those people that would needlessly suffer just to act cool. He didn't know how strong these sea urchin warriors were. If Yu Jiajiao were to come with him, he would have a strong helper with him. "Just call me Jiajiao. It feels strange when you add that Miss Dot." Yu Jiajiao giggled. Afterward, she jumped up from the windowsill and directly landed on Song Shuhang's head. Soon after, she hid her small body within Song Shuhang's long hair. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang left the room and climbed up until reaching the sun deck of the cruise ship while evading the surveillance. Afterward, he glanced down toward the boundless sea. Right at this time, a sound was transmitted from the surface of the sea. Soon after, 16 figures jumped up from the depths of the sea and tightly stuck to the cruise ship. The valiant sea urchin warriors fear nothing, the sea urchin warriors lightly shouted and started to quickly climb toward the top of the cruise ship. The sea urchin warriors had the bloodline of the monster race. Therefore, ordinary people couldn't see them unless they wished to be seen. While climbing up, they induced Song Shuhang's presence. "The target is on the top of the cruise ship, kill them," the leading sea urchin warriors whose body was giving off a metallic luster shouted. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang was currently occupying a commanding position and looking downward at the quickly climbing sea urchin warriors. Yu Jiajiao's voice was transmitted inside his ear. "Except for the strongest one, which is at the third stage realm, the other ones are all sea urchins of the second stage realm." After knowing the strength of these sea urchin warriors, Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. If none of the 16 sea urchin warriors was at the fourth stage, he didn't need to worry. Song Shuhang got a bunch of talismans from Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman earlier. Even if he didn't have Yu Jiajiao's help, he could use the talismans to take care of these 16 sea urchin warriors. "Can I trouble Miss Jiajiao to take care of that sea urchin warrior of the third stage? I'll deal with the remaining ones." Song Shuhang took the treasured saber broken tyrant out of his size-reducing purse. "Sure," Yu Jiajiao said. "Moreover, just call me Jiajiao." Song Shuhang laughed. Since the sea urchin warriors were still climbing up, he quietly drew the rune of the lightning palm on his left hand. At the same time, he pinched a powerful sword talisman between his fingers. He grabbed the treasured saber broken tyrant with his right hand and gently spun his wrist. True chi poured into the saber, and the flaming saber was ready to slash out at any moment. Now, he only needed to wait for the sea urchin warriors to enter the attack range of the flaming saber technique. Afterward, Song Shuhang would let them have a good taste of roasted sea urchins. Wahahaha! The target wants to resist. The sea urchin warriors looked at Song Shuhang and roared, "All the people that have been soaked with the blood of a sea urchin warrior are enemies of our sea urchin race. Fleeing is useless. No matter where you go, we'll still find you and kill you. Not only you, even your family members and the people related to you will be implicated. They'll also die at the hands of the sea urchin warriors. But if you obediently let us cut your head off, we sea urchin warriors will forgive your family members." Song Shuhang. "Can't they change their pre-prepared lines a bit?" Song Shuhang slightly raised the treasured saber broken tyrant and locked onto a sea urchin warrior of the second stage on the left side that was the second fastest one amongst the bunch. The fastest one was that sea urchin warrior of the third stage, but Yu Jiajiao would take care of him. "A bit closer?" Song Shuhang muttered. his true chi was already in an active state, and the flames of the flaming saber technique were ready to burn up at any moment. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just as Song Shuhang's senses were heightened to the limit and he was ready to get into action, several figures approached at high speed from afar. Evilders! Stop in your tracks, the tall and stout leader of the monster hunters roared. In the next moment, the stout man stretched out his hand and tore several talismans from his shoulder. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Afterward, the stout man hurled the various talismans toward the sea urchin warriors. In the blink of an eye, the talismans surrounded the sea urchin warriors and linked together, turning into a golden square-shaped space that only cultivators could see. As a consequence, all the sea urchin warriors were now trapped inside the space. This was the monster hunter space. With the usage of a formation, it was possible to turn the space within the square into a battlefield. It was something monster hunters had devised to prevent ordinary people from getting hurt while they were hunting monsters. After trapping the sea urchin warriors inside the space, the 20 monster hunters cried out and barged into the golden space as well. Song Shuhang. What's happening? Are they trying to kill Steel? Eh? Those are monster hunters. Those guys are really troublesome to deal with, Yu Jiajiao said. At the same time, she further reduced the size of her body, completely hiding within Song Shuhang's hair. She wasn't afraid of these monster hunters. After all, the strongest of these monster hunters was also only at the 3rd stage realm. On the other hand, Yu Jiajiao had successfully crossed the tribulation and was now a monster of the 4th stage. However, monster hunters were really troublesome. If it was possible not to get involved with them, it was better to do so. Therefore, she hid and weakened her aura to the utmost. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang gazed at that golden space attached to the cruise ship and said, "Should we also enter that golden space and take a look?" "It's up to you. However, I won't come out since there are monster hunters around. These guys are really troublesome. If you attack the little ones, the bigger ones will come out. If you attack the bigger ones, those that are even bigger will come out as well. They are very annoying," Yu Jiajiao said. "In that case, hide well, Jiajiao." "I'm entering to take a look," Song Shuhang said. After all, these sea urchin warriors had come here for him. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang got ready to enter that golden space. But right at this time, a black horse leg suddenly appeared in the sky, ruthlessly trampling at him. This leg belonged to that black horse spirit young Master Phoenix Slayer mentioned earlier. Earlier, they were too close to Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's island. Since many powerful experts had converged there, the black horse spirit didn't dare to make its move. But now that the cruise ship was far away from the small island, the black horse spirit finally seized the opportunity to get into action. It was a black horse spirit that had practiced until becoming capable of assuming human form. In other words, its strength was at least of the 5th stage realm. Even if it was just a casual kick, it wasn't something that Song Shuhang could afford to meet head-on. A monster of the 5th stage? Yu Jiajiao's body inside Song Shuhang's hair suddenly tensed up. Although there was only the difference of a realm between the 4th and 5th stage, a 4th stage innate had still true chi circulating inside their bodies. On the other hand, after 5th stage spiritual emperors had condensed their golden core, all the true chi inside their body would change into spiritual energy. Even if Yu Jiajiao were to give her all, she wouldn't be able to block this black horse spirit. Right at this time, Song Shuhang suddenly called out, "Senior Phoenix Slayer." "Don't worry, I'm here." Young Master Phoenix Slayer's voice echoed. At the same time, he appeared in front of that black horse spirit and pushed up his glasses. Afterward, he used a finger and poked toward the leg of the black horse spirit. In the 5th stage realm, a different number of dragon patterns on one's golden or monster core could lead to a large difference in strength. Young Master Phoenix Slayer was a monster with 7 dragon patterns on his monster core. On the other hand, the number of dragon patterns on the monster core of that black horse spirit wasn't high. It was the type that belonged to the bottom class of the 5th stage. After young Master Phoenix Slayer poked at it with his finger, the Black Horse Spirit was sent flying while in an upside-down position. Young Master Phoenix Slayer slightly pushed his glasses up and disappeared. The next time he appeared, he was already next to the Black Horse Spirit, raising his hand and getting ready to attack it. The Black Horse Spirit issued a long cry and was likewise unwilling to show weakness. It assumed human form and prepared to battle with young Master Phoenix Slayer. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang carefully looked at the two powerful monsters of the fifth stage battle in the sky. With the corner of the eye, he also shot a look at what was happening inside the golden-colored Monster Hunter space. Now then, were the Black Horse Spirit and the Sea Urchin warriors working together? After all, they decided to attack him almost at the same time. Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts while looking at the unfolding battles. Right at this time, Yu Jiaojiao's voice suddenly echoed in his ears. "Shuhang, be careful!" Just as Yu Jiaojia reminded him, Song Shuhang turned around without hesitation and slashed out. Raging flames started to burn on the blade of the saber, and the flaming saber technique slashed behind him with a power that seemed to be capable of burning the heavens. Ding! Song Shuhang's violent attack hit the opposite party. Song Shuhang's blow forced the opposite party to show their face. It was figure wearing ninja-like clothes and holding a small hammer in its hand. This hammer looked the same as those small hammers that people used in their daily lives. The 33 Divine Beasts technique. Song Shuhang called out. The moment he exchanged blows with the opposite party, he sensed a familiar feeling stemming from the true chi of the opposite party. If he wasn't mistaken, the opposite party was practicing the pig chapter of the 33 Divine Beasts technique. From the looks of it, the other party seemed to have the strength of someone that had just entered the third stage. Song Shuhang narrowed his eyes and said, "The mantis stalks the cicada while unaware of the oriole behind, as well as the poisonous snake hiding in the dark. What a dangerous situation!" The man wearing black clothes slightly retreated and closely watched Song Shuhang. Soon after, he said in a husky voice, "I didn't expect that you would also be practicing the 33 Divine Beasts technique." He he. Song Shuhang gently laughed. "Such being the case, I won't need to waste my time and strength," the man wearing black clothes said ferociously. "Oh?" The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth rose. "I'll gladly accept the Lorigin True Chi in your body. Then, I'll catch you and exchange you for the antidote." The man wearing black clothes stretched out his hand toward Song Shuhang and made a grabbing motion. After modifying the 33 Divine Beasts technique, he could swallow the Origin True Chi from the bodies of other cultivators that had practiced the revised version of the technique through a secret method. But contrary to his expectation, even after making the grabbing motion twice, he was unable to steal the Origin True Chi of the opposite party. It wasn't all. Song Shuhang quickly dashed toward him, and the ball of lightning in his left hand that was currently emitting crackling sounds moved toward his head. Damn it! The man wearing black clothes was now clear what had happened. The trick he left behind in the 33 Divine Beasts technique was probably discovered and corrected by that powerful expert. That expert quietly poisoned him when he went to his place to ransom his subordinates. What a sinister fellow! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 83, Why Would I Want to Escape? Chapter for 83, Why Would I Want to Escape? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. This man wearing black clothes was the mastermind behind the organization of assassins known as 33 Divine Beasts Sect. In other words, he was the same person that used the first 2 volumes of the 33 Divine Beasts technique to ransom his subordinates that had been taken prisoner by Medicine Master. He used the technique to ransom 3 of his men, and in the process, he quietly absorbed the Origin True Chi from the bodies of his other subordinates. But after he ransomed his 3 subordinates and returned to his base, his body quickly started to show strange symptoms. Vomiting, dizziness, incapability of controlling mental energy. He often hallucinated while practicing, and was unable to maintain his true chi pure. Moreover, he would often get sleepy. This forced him to sleep for more than 10 hours each day. But that wasn't all. The most fearsome thing was that he continuously dreamt of being pregnant for the past few days. The pain one felt while giving birth was unbearable. It was extremely painful. But what annoyed him the most was that he was a man. Why the hell was he having these lifelike dreams about giving birth? After pondering for a while, he came to the conclusion that his current situation could only be explained with poisoning. He suspected that expert quietly poisoned him when he went to ransom his subordinates. Due to the poison, the conditions of his body kept worsening. He felt weak from head to foot and was unable to muster his strength. Although he was at the peak of the third stage, he was able to put forth the strength of someone that had just barely entered the third stage at this time. Right now, the man wearing black clothes had only one thing in mind: catch Song Shuhang and exchange him for the antidote. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique that this boy practices doesn't seem to have flaws. I'm unable to absorb his origin true chi. Such being the case, the man in black clothes gritted his teeth and grasped the little hammer. I'll directly overpower him and capture him. Afterward, I'll use him to get the antidote from that expert. At this time, Song Shuhang had already arrived in front of the man and attacked him with the lightning palm. A puny lightning palm. The man wearing black clothes said disdainfully, but just as he was halfway through his sentence, F*ck, this sinister fellow. He saw that Song Shuhang used the lightning palm as a cover and was also holding a glistening talisman in his hand. He felt an aura that belonged to the fourth stage come from this talisman. If the technique concealed inside this powerful talisman that had the attack power of the fourth stage were to hit him directly, he would be seriously injured even if he were to survive. The man wearing black clothes quickly stopped and put all his strength in his legs. His body swayed from side to side like a noodle and arrived behind Song Shuhang as though he was a snake. Although he practiced the pig chapter of the 33 Divine Beasts technique, he wasn't clumsy like one. On the contrary, he was as nimble as a snake. The skill he used was excellent for short-range movements. Song Shuhang's lightning palm hit nothing but air. He dodged. However, Song Shuhang didn't panic. Moreover, he didn't use the sword talisman to attack the opposite party either. After all, the other party was only a cultivator of the third stage. After his attack failed, Song Shuhang took back the sword talisman and quickly rolled to a side. The virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk was an excellent footwork of the scholarly faction, and after it was practiced to the master level, even if a donkey were to use it to roll sluggishly, it would still look extremely cool and fast. Song Shuhang continuously rolled and ultimately stood up, looking very elegant. Boy, you have good reflexes. The man wearing black clothes rotated the hammer and said coldly, but you won't be able to escape. Song Shuhang laughed and said, why would I want to escape? At this time, he was wearing magical clothes with high defense on his body, had the treasured saber Broken Tyrant in his hand, and had several talismans in his pocket as well. In short, he was armed to the teeth. Although he wasn't sure if he could defeat a cultivator of the third stage, it wasn't really a problem to stay alive. With 20 armor talismans, as well as the defense of the emerald green Kasaya, that man wearing black clothes could only dream of defeating and capturing Song Shuhang. Furthermore, although that black horse spirit in the sky was quite scary, young Master Phoenix Slayer was stronger than it. Additionally, although the sea urchin warriors were troublesome fellows, the monster hunters surpassed them both in numbers and strength. Therefore, they wouldn't be a problem either for now. Song Shuhang only had to stall this man wearing black clothes for a while. After young Master Phoenix Slayer was done dealing with the black horse spirit, he would come here to catch this guy as well. Moreover, Yu Jiaojiao was also hiding inside Song Shuhang's hair, and she was a monster of the fourth stage. Why the hell would he want to escape? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Hee, I really want to see for how long you can keep spouting nonsense. The man wearing black clothes sneered and activated a sealing technique with his right hand. Soon after, a talisman paper appeared on the right palm. I absolutely can't let this guy run. I have to capture him as soon as possible. From the looks of it, the deadly poison inside my body is about to flare up again. I'm feeling sleepier and sleepier. Wind-binding technique, the man wearing black clothes lightly shouted. Cultivators of the third stage and above already knew many magical techniques. As soon as he activated the magical technique, the yellow talisman paper started to emit a green light. Go! The man wearing black clothes hurled the talisman paper. Halfway, it changed into green chains made of wind that shot toward Song Shuhang. A binding technique. Song Shuhang immediately raised the saber and chopped toward the green chains made of wind. In the instant he slashed down, the chains unexpectedly followed the trajectory of the wind raised by the saber and dodged the attack. Afterward, they latched onto Song Shuhang's body and tied him up. Caught you! The man wearing black clothes grinned. Then, he pounced toward Song Shuhang while wielding his hammer. But right at this time, the emerald green kasaya on Song Shuhang's body slightly swelled on its own, breaking apart those chains of wind that were binding him. The wind-binding technique was breached. This damned guy has a lot of treasures with him, the man wearing black clothes said with clenched teeth. In the next moment, he activated another technique. This time, he didn't use the wind-binding technique. Instead, he used a concealing technique. In the next moment, his body quietly disappeared from Song Shuhang's field of vision, and even mental energy-based detection techniques were unable to find his position. He even concealed himself now. He really thinks highly of me, but I'm just a cultivator of the second stage. Anyway, it's better to shift the battlefield to somewhere else. We are currently on the cruise ship, and the destructive power of a cultivator of the third stage is too high and will damage the place, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. His sight fell on the nearby Monster Hunter space that was attached to the cruise ship. There wasn't a more suitable battlefield than that place. Thereupon, Song Shuhang seized the opportunity and jumped up, heading toward that Monster Hunter space that the Monster Hunters had created. But as said earlier, it was something that Monster Hunters created. Therefore, Song Shuhang wasn't sure if he could freely enter the space. But even if he were unable to barge into the Monster Hunter space, he could simply run to the sea. Song Shuhang was good at swimming. Moreover, the sea was Yu Jiaojiao's domain. Bang! After Song Shuhang jumped downward, he stepped with his feet on the space the Monster Hunters had created, unable to get into it. He felt as though he was stepping on the surface of the earth when he stepped on the golden space. As expected, only Monster Hunters could freely enter this particular space from the outside. In that case, let's shift the battlefield to the sea. Song Shuhang didn't hesitate and jumped down toward the sea. Ding! Almost in the same instant Song Shuhang jumped toward the sea, a short blade stabbed in the place he was standing a second ago. The man wearing black clothes was carrying a short blade in one hand and a hammer in the other when he became visible once more, coldly looking at Song Shuhang. Quite dangerous. Song Shuhang's body disappeared into the sea. You think you can run away through the water? Naive, the man wearing black clothes sneered and activated another seal, concealing his appearance once more. Jiao Jiao, can you make your move? Song Shuhang asked in a low voice. Let's go a bit deeper. Yu Jiaojiao giggled. Good, let's capture him at once, Song Shuhang said with a smile. At the same time, he took out his phone and scrolled until reaching Venerable White's number. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 84, if you don't need any of the above-mentioned things, please hang up. Chapter for 84, if you don't need any of the above-mentioned things, please hang up. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Venerable White still had a use for this man wearing black clothes. He wanted to obtain the complete version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique from him, as well as some supplementary cultivation techniques related to it. Therefore, Song Shuhang decided that he would give Venerable White a call after he had captured this man. He wanted to ask him how he should deal with him so as to avoid disrupting Senior White's plan. After all, Song Shuhang himself was the one that would benefit the most from this plan. Watch out, a surprise attack. It's coming from the left side, around your same height. Hee hee, that guy is pretty fast. Yu Jiaojiao's laughter was transmitted inside Song Shuhang's ear. Song Shuhang quickly moved forward of 2 squares 1 and used the treasured saber-broken tyrant in his hands to chop toward the left side of the place he was standing in earlier. Ding! The saber and the hammer clashed against each other, and the silhouette of the man in black clothes became visible once more. His concealing technique would be deactivated whenever he attacked. Although he could become invisible after using the technique, traces of his passage would be left in the surrounding mass of water since they were currently underwater. Therefore, the effectiveness of the technique was greatly reduced. This damned guy is like a flea. The man wearing black clothes was continuously attacking Song Shuhang, but the latter was continuously dodging. At this time, he was thoroughly enraged. Even if he was poisoned, he was still a cultivator of the 3rd stage. Unexpectedly, he was having trouble dealing with this cultivator of the 2nd stage and wasn't able to take him down even after a while. If this story were to get out, he would become a laughing stock. Such being the case, don't blame me for using vicious tactics. At first, I was just thinking of capturing you, but now, I'll crush both your arms and legs. Then, I want to see how you can run away. Since they were inside the water, the mouth of the man in black clothes didn't move. His voice was directly transmitted into Song Shuhang's ears through the true qi. In the next moment, the man wearing black clothes hurled the small hammer toward Song Shuhang. Tempest Hammer. After the hammer was thrown, lightning completely covered its surface. One would surely not feel good if hit by this gadget. At the same time, he held the short blade with both hands and shouted, "Wild boar's tooth." The huge illusion of a wild boar surrounded his body, and he shot toward Song Shuhang at full speed. The Tempest Hammer was in the front, and the wild boar's tooth was closely following behind. This time, he truly wanted to cripple this flea-like guy. Tilda Song Shuhang had yet to learn the secret sound transmission technique, and was thus unable to speak underwater. However, Yu Jiaojiao, who was hiding in his hair, had already noticed his cry. She drilled out of Song Shuhang's long hair and stretched out her lovely and small claw. The claw mimicked a handgun as Yu Jiaojiao shouted, "Bang tilde!" In the next moment, the seawater started to surge, changing into a huge dragon head that dashed toward the Tempest Hammer and wild boar's tooth. The dragon head wasn't the result of a magical or monster technique. It was just the fruit of Yu Jiaojiao's innate ability to control water. However, the volume of this dragon head was slightly big. The 20 meters tall dragon head ruthlessly crashed into the Tempest Hammer, then, just like a train rolling over a bedbug, it smashed the small hammer covered by lightning to pieces. The remaining strength of the dragon head didn't decrease in the least as it bumped into the man wearing black clothes. The man wearing black clothes was shocked. How is this possible? A cultivator of the 2nd stage shouldn't be able to use such a powerful technique. In the meantime, he decided to stop the wild boar's tooth in its tracks and dodge the incoming water dragon first. But just as he was preparing to dodge the attack, a burst of sleepiness caught him off guard. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The depths of the sea were Yu Jiaojiao's territory. In there, all her attacks were strengthened, and even the simple attacks she used through her ability to control water had the strength of high-level magical techniques of the 4th stage. Boom! After the man wearing black clothes got hit by the dragon head, he was dragged to a distant place. The short blade in his hands immediately broke. Next, the skin on his arms and hands started cracking and his fingers weirdly twisted while fresh blood shot out. "Ah!" the man wearing black clothes pitifully called out and started to foam at the mouth. The magical clothes he was wearing continuously glittered. The clothes were automatically trying to protect their master, hoping to offset the killing power of the water dragon head. But the strength of the dragon head was too high. The magical clothes of the man in black wouldn't resist for too long. After their defensive power was exhausted, the man himself would also be shredded to pieces. Song Shuhang quickly took out his phone and opened the text messaging app, writing the following words, "Jiaojiao, don't kill him. I need him alive." "I understand," Yu Jiaojiao replied. At the same time, a confused expression flashed through her small eyes. The opposite party was a cultivator of the third stage, and although the strength of the move she used just now was pretty high, its speed wasn't that fast. The other party could have easily stopped the wild boar's tooth midway and dodged the attack by relying on their speed as a cultivator of the third stage. Why did that guy stupidly stand there and meet the water dragon head-on? Although she was confused, Yu Jiaojiao still waved her claw and made the water dragon disappear. At this time, the man wearing black clothes was covered with blood and bruises. Moreover, the seawater coming in contact with his wounds increased the pain by 1 point. Damn it! F*CK. F*CK. The man wearing black clothes was extremely frustrated at this time. When that water dragon shot toward him earlier, he could have indeed dodged it given his speed. However, at the key moment, that sleepy feeling rushed up to his head. That sleepy feeling was too sudden and strong. In the blink of an eye, his eyelids got very heavy, and he simply couldn't open his eyes. Afterward, well, there was no afterward. The water dragon mercilessly battered his body, almost shredding him to pieces. I refuse to accept it. I refuse to accept it. The man wearing black clothes shouted inwardly. Soon after, the world before his eyes went black, and he lost consciousness. After seeing that he was sinking downward like a corpse, Song Shuhang wrote on the mobile phone, "Is he dead?" "He is not dead. He only fainted. This guy seemed somewhat weak." Yu Jiajiao said. "Shuhang, let's catch him and return to the ship." Song Shuhang nodded and put his phone away. Afterward, he swam over and grabbed the man wearing black clothes, beginning to swim toward the surface of the sea while carrying him on his shoulder. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. On the surface of the sea, the luxurious cruise ship was slowly proceeding toward its destination, and the people on board were completely ignorant about the superhuman battle that was taking place right next to them. Song Shuhang carried the man wearing black clothes on his shoulder and quietly climbed until reaching the top of the cruise ship. Luckily, Yu Jiajiao was there with him. With the waves pulling him along, he was able to catch up to the cruise ship by swimming. Young Master Phoenix Slayer had yet to return. In the end, that black horse spirit was still a monster of the 5th stage and not so easy to defeat. The golden space the monster hunters created was still there. The difference in strength between monster hunters and sea urchin warriors wasn't too high. Therefore, the two factions were probably still engaged in battle. "I didn't expect that I would be the first one to take care of my opponent," Song Shuhang said with a smile. At this time, a towel was delivered over to his position. Song Shuhang turned his head around and saw the captain of the ship standing next to him. The captain smiled at him, and Song Shuhang could feel the strength of a second-stage true master from him after he sensed the fluctuations of true qi. Song Shuhang gently smiled and took the towel. As soon as he got on the ship, he discovered the presence of the captain of the ship. Of course, it was so easy because the other party wasn't trying to hide his presence in the first place. This was Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's private ship. Therefore, it wasn't strange that the captain was a cultivator. "Mr. Shuhang's strength is incredible, and it vastly surpassed my expectations. Anyway, I'm the captain of the ship, Jiang Zhong." The captain of the ship faintly smiled and said, "When I realized that Mr. Shuhang and that man wearing black clothes were fighting, I came out of the cabin to give you a helping hand. But I didn't think you would have already taken care of him by the time I came here." By the time he came out, the battle was already over. Song Shuhang was worthy of being Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman's friend. Although he was a cultivator of the second stage, he was incredibly powerful. Ha ha, I was just lucky. Moreover, there is something wrong with the state of this man wearing black clothes. Song Shuhang used the towel to dry his hair and said, "Captain Jiang, is there a durable room on the ship? I would like to lock up this guy there." "Of course. Mr. Shuhang, follow me." Captain Jiang showed the way. Song Shuhang shot another look at the golden monster hunter space, and followed after Captain Jiang while dragging along that man wearing black clothes. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The man wearing black clothes woke up soon after. It wasn't that he had slept enough, the reason he woke up was the unbearable pain he felt all over his body. As a matter of fact, he woke up soon after Song Shuhang brought him into the isolated room. When he woke up, the man discovered that he was tied up like a rice dumpling and hanging from the ceiling, continuously spinning. 2 sailors had dressed up his wounds. At this time, he was wearing only shorts, his ninja clothes and his other belongings were all orderly put on a side. Those ninja clothes were a set of magical clothes with good defensive abilities. It was unfortunate that they were basically ruined after taking Yu Jiaojiao's attack head-on. Additionally, there was a bottle of detoxifying pills, 10 spirit stones of the 3rd stage, and a dozen yellow talisman papers. These talisman papers were supplementary mediums used to execute magical techniques. While executing the magical technique, they would allow the user to save a lot of true qi, spiritual energy, and mental energy. Then, there was another item that was rather incompatible with the other cultivation-related goods. It was a golden chain. It looked like one of those fake golden chains worth 10 renminbi you could find online, rough and thick. But after a careful look, he discovered that there was an animal engraved on each section of the gold chain. There was a bull, a sheep, a horse, a donkey, a deer, a camel, a pig, a dog, a cat, and so on. The gold chain had a total of 33 sections. These are the pictures of 33 beasts on it. Song Shuhang immediately understood. This golden chain was surely related to the 33 divine beasts technique. Damn it! The man wearing black clothes glared at Song Shuhang. If not for the poison flaring up at the worst time possible, there was no way he would have been captured. He. Song Shuhang smiled at the man wearing black clothes. Then, he stretched out his hand and took out his phone, dialing Venerable White's number. He wanted to ask Venerable White how he should deal with this guy. After he made the call, Venerable White's gentle voice echoed from the other end. Hello, fellow Daoist. Thank you for making a call to White's phone, but I'm currently busy exploring the ancient ruins. If it's something not too important and you want to leave a message, press 1. If it's something relatively important and you need to summon the long-distance projection of a clone, press 2. If it's something extremely important and you need to speak to the phone owner, press 3. If you don't need any of the above-mentioned things, please hang up. Song Shuhang. Did I dial the 10,086 too? After pondering for a moment, Song Shuhang thought of pressing the number 3. However, he didn't feel like disturbing Venerable White while he was exploring the ruins either. In the end, Song Shuhang moved his finger on the number 2 and gently pressed it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 85, I might as well try to give my cheat a go. Chapter for 85, I might as well try to give my cheat a go. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. After he pressed the number 2, a beam of light shot out of Song Shuhang's phone. After stopping in the air for a short moment, the beam quickly changed into Venerable White's 3D projection. Eh? It's you, Shuhang. Oh, right. It's Monday today. Fellow Daoist virtuous Buddhist sabresman, hello. Is there something you need of me? Venerable White's projection asked. Song Shuhang exclaimed, Black Technology 1. It's not black technology. This is a mere fusion of the clone creating and projection creation techniques. It's something similar to a video call. It's not as complicated as you imagine it to be. Venerable White beckoned with his hand and added, however, this illusory clone can be summoned for a limited amount of time. Therefore, if you have something to say it quickly. Senior White, I caught the man behind that organization of assassins, the 33 Divine Beast sect, Song Shuhang said as he pointed toward that man wearing black clothes hanging down from the ceiling. Well, actually, he wasn't wearing black clothes anymore since they had been taken off. Eh? That guy unexpectedly came to look for you? Venerable White laughed and said, and here I thought he would look for Medicine Master. Song Shuhang asked, he was planning to kidnap me and go to Senior Medicine Master's place to get the antidote. Was he poisoned? No. I'm too lazy to use something as troublesome as poison. I just tampered with the origin true chi of his subordinates and concealed several magical techniques within it. After that guy absorbed the origin true chi of his subordinates, the magical techniques hidden within it shifted to his body as well, Venerable White replied. After hearing these words, the guy who was once wearing black clothes slowly turned around like an electric fan. He was currently dumbfounded. There is no antidote, there is no antidote. Song Shuhang asked, Senior White, how should I deal with this guy? Let me see. Venerable White's projection arrived in front of the man who was once wearing black clothes. He glared at him with a serious expression on his face and pressed for an answer. Hand over the complete version of the 33 Divine Beasts technique and the supplementary cultivation techniques as well. If you do that, I'll remove the magical techniques I hid inside the origin true chi and dot. The eyes of the man flickered. Of course, don't even think about deceiving me with a fake technique. I can easily tell if it's real or fake, Venerable White also added. The man who was once wearing clothes stayed silent for around 10 seconds. In the end, he sighed and said, remove the magical techniques concealed in the origin true chi inside my body first. Afterward, I'll give you everything you want. That's not possible, Venerable White said. Why? The man who was once wearing black clothes roared. Are you making fun of me? Venerable White said earnestly, what you're seeing is just the projection of a clone. In other words, this is nothing but a video call. What do you expect me to do? The man who was once wearing black clothes was speechless. Hand over the complete version of the technique first. Then, I'll restore your origin true chi once I'm back. Don't worry, I always keep my word, Venerable White said. The man in black closed his eyes and pondered. Only an idiot would believe this nonsense. If he were to hand over all the cultivation techniques, he would lose the qualifications to bargain with the opposite party, allowing himself to be trampled upon. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't hand over the techniques. At this time, Venerable White also added, of course, if you're unwilling to carry out the transaction, you don't really have to. The man wearing black clothes? What's the meaning of this? Is it possible that this expert doesn't want the 33 Divine Beasts technique anymore and wants to kill me directly? Shuhang, keep an eye on this guy for the time being. After I return from the ancient ruins, I'll get the 33 Divine Beasts technique out of him, Venerable White said. It wasn't difficult for a 7th stage Venerable to pry out the secrets of a cultivator of the 3rd stage. Song Shuhang nodded and said, Senior, no problem. Then, let's see each other after I'm done exploring the ancient ruins. Venerable White's projection waved his hand and disappeared. The man in black hanging from the ceiling heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party didn't want to kill him. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The two sailors finished dressing the wounds of the man and left the room. Song Shuhang held his chin and stared at the man. His eyes didn't move in the slightest and continuously stared at the man who was once wearing black clothes. After Song Shuhang started at him like that, the man in black felt somewhat uneasy. He felt that this man with black and shiny eyes had ill intentions and was about to do something strange to him. Song Shuhang thought for a while and finally nodded. It seemed that he had made up his mind. Then, he grasped a cup and took out his treasured saber Broken Tyrant. Afterward, he stretched out his hand and gently made a cut on his wrist. Fresh blood gushed out and poured into the cup. Shuhang, what are you doing? Yu Jiajiao asked in puzzlement. I want to try something. Song Shuhang put away the treasured saber, the wound on his wrist quickly healed. At this time, the small cup was already half filled with blood. Song Shuhang grasped the cup and arrived in front of the man in black. Jiajiao, can you give me a hand? I need to make this guy drink my blood, Song Shuhang said. Sure, but why are you making him drink your blood? Yu Jiajiao said as she lightly jumped, landing on the ground. Then, she magically changed her body and changed into the size of an adult. She used one of her claws to hold the head of the man, and the other one to pinch his nose. Come, Make him drink. The man who was once wearing black clothes struggled with all his might, but there was nothing he could do against Yu Jiaojiao, who was a monster of the 4th stage. Song Shuhang completely poured the small cup of blood into the mouth of the man in black. Now, it's my turn. Yu Jiaojiao giggled and patted the body of the man wearing black clothes. Monster energy surged and forced the man to swallow the blood. Afterward, Yu Jiaojiao's monster energy kept revolving and allowed Song Shuhang's blood to spread through the entire body of the man wearing black clothes, not giving him the chance to spit it out. You bastards, beep tilde, the man wearing black clothes cursed non-stop. He was sure that nothing good would happen after that youngster made him drink his blood. Maybe he was a poisonous man, and his blood was poisonous as well? After making him drink the blood, Yu Jiaojiao squatted in front of the man wearing black clothes and carefully watched him. But even after 10 or so seconds, nothing happened to the man. Shuhang, what now? Yu Jiaojiao asked. Although they made him drink the blood, nothing happened. What now? Now, I should go to sleep. Song Shuhang said earnestly. What? Yu Jiaojiao felt that her train of thought just couldn't follow Song Shuhang's. I'm hoping to make a dream or something of the sort while sleeping, Song Shuhang continued. He would have to take a look at what kind of dream he would make to know whether or not he had succeeded. Song Shuhang's plan was very simple. He wanted to see whether or not he could trigger his ability to dream of other people's lives. The last time, when he cut his wrist and added some of his blood to Chu Chu's medicinal paste, his blood seeped into Chu Chu's body through the medicine. During the night of that very day, his Dreamland skill was triggered, allowing him to become the person that understood Chu Chu the most in this world overnight. Now that he had made the man wearing black clothes drink his blood, he should have established a connection between him and the other party. If he could activate his Dreamland skill and dream of the life experiences of the man wearing black clothes, he might find clues about the 33 Divine Beasts technique. However, he had no idea if this plan would work or not. He wasn't too sure what he had to do to trigger his Dreamland skill. However, he needed a connection with the opposite party in order to dream about their life. Curses, souls, blood, karma strings, and even the sprout of a green onion were things that had triggered his Dreamland skill in the past. Yu Jiaojiao blinked her eyes and said, I have no idea what you're trying to do, but I wish you good luck nonetheless. Then, she reduced the size of her body and drilled inside Song Shuhang's hair again. Thank you. Song Shuhang laughed. Then, he moved toward the edge of the window of the room and shot a look outside. That space the monster hunters had created was still there. Young Master Phoenix Slayer also had yet to return. I should wait some more time. I'll go to sleep after the matters of the Sea Urchin Warriors and Black Horse Spirit are taken care of, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Around 2 minutes later. Bang! The golden-colored monster hunter space burst open. The 20 monster hunters were covered with blood, and each of them was more or less injured. However, no one of them had died. As for the 16 Sea Urchin Warriors on the other side, they were all dead. Monster hunters were very experienced when it came to dealing with monsters. If we added the fact that their teamwork was very good, their resulting strength was far greater than a simple addition. Although the strength of the Sea Urchin Warriors wasn't that lacking compared to the monster hunters, their lack of teamwork and a proper battle formation lead to their defeat. The leader of the monster hunters was holding the body of the metallic Sea Urchin Warrior with his hand and stabbing his stomach with his yin-yang blade. At this time, the metallic Sea Urchin Warrior had yet to die. He opened his twitching mouth and said his last words, Idiot, all the people that have been soaked with the blood of a Sea Urchin Warrior are enemies of our Sea Urchin race. Fleeing is useless. No matter where you go, we'll still find you and kill you. Aha-waha! The tall and big monster hunter laughed aloud and said, It's exactly what I'm hoping for. We, monster hunters, welcome you to take revenge. I'm not afraid of how many of you would come, I'm afraid that none would come. Aha-waha! Next, he twisted his yin-yang blade, thoroughly killing the metallic Sea Urchin Warrior. For monster hunters, there was nothing more joyous than monsters visiting them to take revenge. With that, they wouldn't have to waste time looking for them all over the world. The battle had finally come to an end. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Afterward, the monster hunters started to skillfully clean up the battlefield, gathering the blood of the sea urchin warriors and the treasures on their bodies. Song Shuhang stood in front of the window. Then, he saw the leader of the monster hunters search the body of the metallic sea urchin warrior for a while, taking out of his body 2 weird stones of the size of a palm. As soon as he saw these strange stones, Song Shuhang's body reacted to them. Did I just react to those stones? Are those strange stones spirit beast crystals as well? What a coincidence! Song Shuhang touched his size-reducing purse. If those 2 strange stones were really part of the 33 types of spirit beast crystals he needed, he absolutely couldn't give them up. The best option was to talk to the monster hunters and trade the stones for something. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, 2 figures fell from the sky. The 2 figures were young Master Phoenix Slayer and the Black Horse Spirit. Young Master Phoenix Slayer held down the Black Horse Spirit and punched him continuously. The barrage of fists was like a torrential rain, and the Black Horse Spirit had been hit until becoming Muddlehead. Boom! Young Master Phoenix Slayer and the Black Horse Spirit fell on the stretch of sea next to the cruise ship. When the 20 monster hunters saw this scene, their eyes immediately lit up. Their leader was particularly lively and shouted, "Ivilders!" Song Shuhang, who was standing in a higher place, sighed and rubbed his brows. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 86, The Fiercely Kneeling on the Ground and Surrendering Technique. Chapter for 86, The Fiercely Kneeling on the Ground and Surrendering Technique. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Each monster hunter had a fundamental rule ingrained in their mind: if they were to see a monster, they didn't have to be afraid and had to enter into action immediately. They were as stubborn as a rock, and as soon as they saw a monster, they would immediately pounce on it as though they were high on drugs. They wouldn't even bother looking at the difference in strength between the monster and themselves. From this point of view, they were somewhat similar to the sea urchin warriors. Sometimes, the monster hunters could be really troublesome. Both young Master Phoenix Slayer and the Black Horse Spirit are monsters. Would the monster hunters try to recklessly go after Senior Phoenix Slayer's head now? Will this be the end of these monster hunters? Just as Song Shuhang was in deep thoughts, the 20 monster hunters ferociously pounced forward. Then, they went ahead and launched an attack against the Black Horse Spirit that had been beaten senseless and was now lying on the ground. The blinding radiance of runes, monster-vanquishing talismans, and magical techniques flashed again and again. The Black Horse Spirit had been just beaten by young Master Phoenix Slayer until becoming Muddlehead. When that wave of monster-vanquishing talismans exploded on its body, it wished it was dead rather than alive. However, the 20 monster hunters didn't attack young Master Phoenix Slayer, who was likewise a monster of the 5th stage. It almost felt as though they didn't notice that young Master Phoenix Slayer was a monster as well. Is it possible that Senior Phoenix Slayer is very skilled in hiding his aura, and the monster hunters mistook him for a human? Song Shuhang thought to himself. If that was the case, it was good as well. With that, there wouldn't be the need of a showdown between the monster hunters and young Master Phoenix Slayer. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. At this time, the Black Horse Spirit was helplessly lying on the ground, unable to get up. The tall and big monster hunter, who also happened to be the leader, cupped his hands and greeted young Master Phoenix Slayer. "Senior, we were impolite earlier." The other cultivator was taking care of the monster while they suddenly dashed headlong into action. It was basically the same as kill stealing, a very rude behavior. The corner of the young Master Phoenix Slayer's mouth rose. "Senior, since this Ivildor has already been taken care of, we'll take our leave," the tall and big monster hunter added. Young Master Phoenix Slayer nodded his head. Under the lead of the tall and big monster hunter, the other monster hunters turned around as well, getting ready to leave. Then, after taking 2 or 3 steps, they all turned their bodies around at the same time. Each person was holding a talisman in their hands and threw it toward young Master Phoenix Slayer. Monster Hunter Space, the tall and big Monster Hunter shouted. The golden-colored Monster Hunter Space appeared once more and enveloped young Master Phoenix Slayer. Ivyldor, die! Wahahaha, the Monster Hunters shouted as they barged into the Monster Hunter Space. Even if the opposite party was a powerful monster of the 5th stage, they weren't afraid and decided to enter into action. They'd just die at the worst. Moreover, it wasn't like they didn't have any plan. Before making this trip, the leader of the Monster Hunters took with him a rare treasure of the Monster Hunter clan. It was a powerful binding chain. Even if the opposite party was a monster of the 5th stage that could assume human form, there was a chance that this chain could block him. As long as they managed to tie the monster up, they could do as they wished with him. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Song Shuhang, who was standing in an elevated place, face-palmed. These monster hunters were really hopeless. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After a minute, the golden Monster Hunter Space was shattered to pieces. Hee hee. Young Master Phoenix Slayer laughed complacently and pushed up his glasses. Did you really think that a mere monster binding chain is enough to stop me? Did you think that I'm like those ancient monsters living and cultivating deep in the mountains that don't keep up with the times? In the rear, the monster hunters were all lying on the ground unconscious. From time to time, electricity would flash on their bodies. The fight had come to an end. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Song Shuhang leapt out of the room and used the virtuous man's 10,000-mile walk. After several leaps, he finally arrived next to young Master Phoenix Slayer. Senior Phoenix Slayer, how should we deal with these monster hunters? Get a small boat and throw them on it. Let them run their course. These guys are quite troublesome, young Master Phoenix Slayer said as he waved his hand. All right. In that case, I'll look for the captain of the ship and have him bring over a small boat, Song Shuhang replied. Afterward, he took out his phone and contacted the captain of the ship. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After a short moment, 5 sailors came over. All the sailors were brimming with chi and blood energy. They were all cultivators of the 1st stage with around 2 of their apertures opened. With their help, Song Shuhang carried the 20 monster hunters to the small boat and threw them inside. Of course, Song Shuhang conveniently searched the bodies of the monster hunters before letting them go. He found in total 200 spirit stones of the 2nd stage, 15 spirit stones of the 1st stage, and 20 bottles of medicinal paste for external injuries. These monster hunters didn't have what kind of incredible treasure with them while carrying out the mission. The best treasure they had, the monster binding chain, had already been gladly accepted by young Master Phoenix Slayer. Aside from spirit stones and medicinal paste, there was also the blood of the sea urchin warriors. However, Song Shuhang wasn't interested in this sort of things. But the most important things were those 2 strange stones. When he took them in his hands, Song Shuhang confirmed that the stones were indeed spirit beast crystals. Of the 2 stones, one strongly resonated with him. It was the whale-type spirit beast crystal. From the feeling he got, the other one should be a shark-type spirit beast crystal. Both of the stones belonged to spirit beasts that lived in the sea. After sweeping the monster hunters clean, the sailors gave the small boat a push, making the 20 monster hunters drift to a faraway place. Song Shuhang returned to young Master Phoenix Slayer's side with the spoils of war and said, Senior Phoenix Slayer, the monster hunters had these items with them. Anyway, I wanted to buy these 2 spirit beast crystals from you, Senior. Spirit beast crystals? I have no use of these gadgets, young Master Phoenix Slayer said. You can keep them, and you can keep the rest as well. From young Master Phoenix Slayer's viewpoint, these spirit stones of the 1st and 2nd stage were probably no different than a few cents. He didn't even bother accepting such a small number of spirit stones. In that case, I'll gladly accept, Song Shuhang said with a smile and accepted the spirit beast crystals. He urgently needed these crystals, therefore, he wouldn't stand on ceremony with the senior. With the addition of these two Spirit Beast crystals, he had already gathered 1/3 of the total number of crystals. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Young Master Phoenix Slayer laughed and arrived in front of the Black Horse Spirit. Stop lying on the ground and feigning death, get up. Those monster hunters only had the strength of the second stage realm. The strength of the talismans they used to attack you can at most give you some bruises. The Black Horse Spirit forced a smile and opened its eyes. Afterward, it shot a look at young Master Phoenix Slayer, faintly sighing. Then, it stopped feigning death and got up. All the bones in its body made crackling sounds. Next, its body slightly bent, getting ready to perform some kind of action. Is it trying to fight back? The corner of young Master Phoenix Slayer's mouth rose. The Black Horse Spirit took a deep breath. Then, it displayed a very special skill. It jumped high in the sky and fiercely knelt on the ground, almost hugging the ground. F*CK, the nearby Song Shuhang cried out subconsciously. Song Shuhang found this unique skill quite familiar. Moreover, he knew how to use it as well. This technique was part of the 500 ways to surrender to a human cultivator you're unable to defeat, that fiercely kneeling on the ground and surrendering technique. It was a type of very explosive skill. Immortal, please forgive this small monster. Just now, this small monster was only joking. The small monster surrenders. The Black Horse Spirit sincerely surrendered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 87, Actually, I'm a Stallion Spirit. Chapter for 87, Actually, I'm a Stallion Spirit. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. You guessed it right. This fiercely kneeling on the ground and surrendering technique was one of the lost techniques that the mysterious monster organization never spread to the outside world. After joining the monster organization and passing the test, an elder holding a thick secret book would come over in order to pass down the secret techniques to the newcomers. The name of this set of techniques was 200 must-have skills for a monster spirit to survive. Casting prejudice aside, Song Shuhang really appreciated that technique called ultimate seducing skill of a pretty female monster. After all, it was very pleasing to the eye. Additionally, the divine stealing technique very interesting as well. If a cultivator of the second stage like Song Shuhang were to use it, there was a certain probability that he could steal some small items from a cultivator of the third stage. However, Shuhang didn't like this ability too much. Wait, we got sidetracked. Anyway, as soon as the Black Horse Spirit used that fiercely kneeling on the ground and surrendering technique, Song Shuhang understood where this monster came from. This horse spirit came from the same monster organization that once swindled and recruited Lady Onion. The name of that organization was All the Monsters of the World Should Unite and Become a Family. The objective of this Black Horse Spirit should be Lady Onion. However, I've been carefully hiding Lady Onion all along. How did this guy discover her? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After seeing the Black Horse Spirit sincerely surrender, young Master Phoenix Slayer was speechless. At first, he'd thought that the Black Horse Spirit would launch a fearsome counterattack, but little did he expect that the idiot would surrender in such a manner. All right. Since you surrendered, it's time to spill the beans. Why were you following this little friend next to me and trying to harm him? Young Master Phoenix Slayer asked. The Black Horse Spirit had been secretly following Song Shuhang before the start of the hand-guided tractor competition. For this reason, young Master Phoenix Slayer and Song Shuhang carried out a transaction. Young Master Phoenix Slayer would investigate the origins of the Black Horse Spirit, while Song Shuhang would participate in the hand-guided tractor competition in his stead. After hearing young Master Phoenix Slayer's question, the Black Horse Spirit raised its head and cautiously looked at Song Shuhang. Afterward, an embarrassed expression appeared on its Black Horse face. Then, the Black Horse Spirit started to explain, Actually, I'm a Stallion Spirit, and I very much like to act like one. Recently, my mating season finally started. Therefore, I've been looking for a suitable partner. After saying these words, the Stallion Spirit was especially embarrassed. Stallion spirit, did your spermatozoa rush to your head? TSK, it seems that a leopard cannot change its spots. Wait a moment. Young Master Phoenix Slayer suddenly opened his eyes wide and, pointing at Song Shuhang, said, even if it was your mating season, why were you secretly following this little friend? Open your eyes wide and take a careful look. Although this little friend seems delicate and pretty, he is a man. Song Shuhang quickly said, Senior, wait a moment. If you put it that way, it might cause misunderstandings. I obviously know that he is a man, the stallion spirit called out. Why were you following him if you knew that he was a man? Are you perhaps a gay horse? Young Master Phoenix Slayer took a step backward while having a disgusted expression on his face. He wanted to put some distance between the stallion spirit and himself. It's not like this. You're misunderstanding me. In the capacity of a stallion spirit, my sexual orientation is absolutely normal, the stallion spirit shouted and explained, my objective isn't this fellow Daoist, wait. Actually, he is indeed my objective, no, wait. Damn it, I mean, my objective is the female monster he is carrying with him. Young Master Phoenix Slayer turned around and looked at Song Shuhang. A female monster? He. As expected, your objective was Lady Onion, Song Shuhang said as he touched his pocket. The Enlightenment Stone and Lady Onion were still there. Exactly. My objective is Lady Onion. Although I haven't seen her for several hundred years, I remember that she is a very attractive female monster, the stallion spirit said with a serious expression on his face. Little fellow Daoist, Lady Onion is a female monster with next to zero fighting strength and also a member of our organization. Therefore, I have to save her. This is the reason I was following you. Song Shuhang. And after saving her, you plan to enjoy her for good, don't you? I'm very curious about something. How did you know that Lady Onion was with me? Song Shuhang asked. The stallion spirit paused and didn't speak. After pondering for a long time, he mischievously winked at Song Shuhang and young Master Phoenix Slayer, saying, I can't tell you. This is a secret. Song Shuhang. At this time, he felt that he was on the verge of losing his cool. Speak clearly, the nearby young Master Phoenix Slayer said angrily. Then, he grabbed the monster binding chain and ruthlessly whipped the stallion spirit. The monster binding chain. Song Shuhang had read about this item in the documents shared inside the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. It was a unique magical treasure belonging to monster hunters, very useful in suppressing the members of the monster race. Even if it lightly touched a monster, it would leave burned scars on their bodies. The stallion spirit immediately cried out in pain after being whipped, and a charred black scar appeared on his body. Song Shuhang noticed that the monster binding chain didn't affect young Master Phoenix Slayer in the least even though he was holding it in his hands. What was young Master Phoenix Slayer's true body? It was unexpectedly immune to the effects of the monster binding chain? Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After being whipped twice, the stallion spirit spilled out everything with tears streaming down his face. I found her due to the soul mark. A soul mark would appear on the bodies of the members of our organization after they learn the lost technique. While within a fixed range, the members of our organization can sense each other's presence. In the capacity of a monster of the 5th stage, I can sense Lady Onion's presence if she's within a range of 10 kilometers. Song Shuhang held his chin and pondered. There was unexpectedly something like this on Lady Onion's body? In other words, if he were to bump into the members of the monster organization, they would immediately become aware of Lady Onion's presence. From the looks of it, he had to find a way to isolate this soul mark so as to avoid others sensing it. The stallion spirit clenched his teeth and said with an agonized face, Little fellow Daoist, what do you want in exchange for Lady Onion's freedom? State your conditions. As long as it's something I can do, I'll try my best to accomplish it. I'm a monster of the 5th stage, and regardless of the conditions you put forth, I won't disappoint you. Song Shuhang shook his head and said, I can't let her go. Lady Onion was now growing on the Enlightenment Stone. Unless she had a way to separate herself from the stone, Song Shuhang couldn't absolutely let her go. Why? The stallion spirit asked in return. Song Shuhang replied, there is no why. I just can't let her go within a short amount of time. Is it possible that you fell in love with Lady Onion? The stallion spirit said in shock. Little fellow Daoist, humans and monsters cannot be happy together. Even the child born from the relationship would be a freak one. I advise you to quickly forget about your love for Lady Onion and look for a human female cultivator instead. As for Lady Onion, you can leave her in my care. Although I'm just a stallion spirit, I'm very good toward my women. Therefore, you don't have to worry. Song Shuhang. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Young Master Phoenix Slayer restrained the stallion spirit and temporarily locked him up. In the meantime, the monster hunters slowly floated far away. Song Shuhang returned to his room and closed his eyes, preparing to sleep. Shuhang, you have to have a good dream, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. It would depend on the quality of today's sleep whether or not he could enter the dreamland. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 88, The Demo Dragon Medicine. Chapter for 88, The Demo Dragon Medicine. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Young Master Phoenix Slayer restrained both the stallion spirit and the man wearing black clothes that was part of the 33 Divine Beasts sect, locking up them in the rooms of the cruise ship. On the other hand, the small boat on which the monster hunters were lying drifted afar. The monster hunters on board were all safe and sound. Therefore, they would wake up in a while and there wasn't the danger that the boat would capsize. Song Shuhang adjusted his mood and closed his eyes. After a short moment, he fell asleep. Would he be able to enter the dreamland? Song Shuhang was looking forward to it. If he could successfully enter the dreamland, it meant that he had started to comprehend this powerful innate skill of his. After a short period of time, Song Shuhang started dreaming. In the dream, he had changed into a horse. But why did he turn into a horse and not into the man wearing black clothes? There was something very wrong with this dream. On the left side, Su Clan 16 was walking alongside him with a cool expression on her face. On the right side, Soft Feather was brightly smiling while holding a steamed stuffed bun. She looked very charming while was taking small bites of the steamed stuffed bun. Song Shuhang turned his head around and discovered that Yu Jiaojia was following behind him. At this time, she was as big as the palm of a hand and was continuously leaping forward, looking very cute. Song Shuhang discovered that there was someone sitting on his body as well. However, he couldn't tell who it was from his viewpoint. Not too far in front of him, Venerable White, True Monarch Yellow Mountain, Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Thrice Reckless Mad Saber, and the other seniors of the 9 Provinces No. 1 group were gathered together and chatting about something. One often dreamt during the night about what they experienced during the day. Since Song Shuhang met that stallion spirit earlier, he turned into a horse while dreaming. As expected, the Dreamland skill wasn't so easy to trigger. It was regrettable that he spilled all that blood for nothing. Song Shuhang faintly sighed. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. When he woke the next day, a new day had already started. The cruise ship was still slowly proceeding forward, and it was unknown how long it would take to reach China. Song Shuhang took out his mobile phone and looked at the date. July 23rd, Tuesday. Today's DAO name was Tyrannical Saber Song 1. While at it, Song Shuhang changed his username on the instant messaging app to Tyrannical Saber Song 1. A new day, a new DAO name. At the time, I'll see which of the 7 DAO names receives the highest evaluation and choose that, Song Shuhang thought to himself. Afterward, he opened the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. Several pages of chat logs had appeared in the group during the night. Treasure Forging Heavenly Mansions Yangxian, did Venerable White already take those guys inside the ruins? I quite envy them. As long as they manage to survive the calamity, they'll obtain many benefits. Everyone knew that although the people close to Venerable White would often find themselves in mortal danger, they would obtain great benefits as long as they managed to survive. From what I know, Venerable Spirit Butterfly entered the ruins together with Venerable White. With Senior Spirit Butterfly there, their life and safety should be guaranteed, Northern River's Loose Cultivator said with a laugh. I really envy them. If there is a hand-guided tractor competition the next time, remember to invite me. Fairy Firefly said. Right. Senior Northern River, you are about to advance in realm, right? Northern River's Loose Cultivator, I'm waiting for that immortal Master Copper Trigram. I want to beat him senseless during the battle on the summit of the Forbidden City and seize the opportunity to break through. Fairy Firefly, I wish Senior Northern River a speedy success. At this time, a member that Song Shuhang had never seen since the day he was added to the group suddenly popped out. Scholar Zan Gong, good morning, fellow Taoists. Did you hear any news concerning Demo Dragons lately? Please tell me if you have. This ID was quite familiar. Sun-splitting halberd Guadie, Demo Dragons? Senior Zan Gong, do you need some of the materials found on the bodies of Demo Dragons? Yes, I quickly need to prepare a medicine. Scholar Zan Gong replied. At Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Northern River, do you have any insider information? Senior Zan Gong, I was just about to contact a friend that works at the Cosmic Demon Surveillance Center. I'll ask him to take a look and inform me if anything happens. Demo Dragons rarely appeared in the past few years, and even if they appeared, they were relatively low level, Northern River's Loose Cultivator said. Actually, we just killed a blood demon that had the strength of the 6th stage in the past few days, ahaha. Demo Dragons were also a type of cosmic demons, and were even stronger than blood demons. Moreover, they were different from other cosmic demons that would occasionally leave behind treasures or precious materials after their deaths. Demo Dragons were famous for being poor wretches. If one could get a few spirit stones after killing them, it was already a very good thing. However, although Demo Dragons didn't leave treasures behind, their bodies were treasures themselves. The blood of Demo Dragons was the main material for several medicinal pills and medicine manufactured in the world of cultivators, and their dragon skin could be used to manufacture high-quality magical clothes. Scholar Zan Gong, I wanted to prepare some Demo Dragon medicine to increase my physical strength. For these past years, I've been recovering from the wounds that the nuclear explosion left on my body. After I managed to recover from the injuries with great difficulty, I discovered that my mental energy had increased too quickly and my body was unable to keep up. Therefore, I need some Demo Dragon medicines to increase the strength of my body. Otherwise, a weaker physique might negatively influence me while trying to break through to the 7th stage Venerable Realm. Song Shuhang immediately remembered who this Scholar Zan Gong was. Advice on how to choose your closing up location. Don't let Scholar Zan Gong's tragedy repeat once more. Scholar Zan Gong was that awesome senior that suffered the effects of the strongest weapon of mankind to date. He was directly hit by a nuclear bomb and still managed to survive. From the looks of it, this senior was planning to break through to the 7th stage Venerable Realm. In other words, his current realm was that of a 6th stage True Monarch. The Demo Dragon medicine, ho! It's a very good thing. Senior Zan Gong, do you have the formula of the medicine? Northern River's Loose Cultivator asked with a smile. If Medicine Master were to discover that you have the formula of the medicine in your possession, he would throw away his shame and immediately run up to your place. Scholar Zan Gong, a disciple of mine got a hold of this formula while he was taking risks outside a long time ago. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten about it. At Medicine Master, send me a message when you're online. He needed Medicine Master's help to analyze the formula of the Demo Dragon medicine. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Senior Zan Gong, my friend said that there is no news of Demo Dragons descending. He said that he'd keep it in mind and notify us if there is anything about Demo Dragons. Scholar Zan Gong, got it. Thank your friend on my behalf. Northern River, after you advance in realm, I'll give you a big congratulatory gift. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Senior, you're too polite. However, I quite like the idea. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Demo Dragon medicine. Song Shuhang casually opened the documents shared in the 9 Provinces #1 group and scrolled through the material related to cosmic demons. Just as Song Shuhang was looking at the material related to cosmic demons, a friend sent him a message. The ID of this friend was his Mad Mental Hospital's director. It was someone that Song Shuhang had added while he was playing games back then. Eh? You're stressed by a mountain of books. How come you changed your name? If not for your familiar avatar, I would have removed you from the friend list. Mad Mental Hospital's director said as he sent a smiling emoji. Ahaha, I'm planning to change name every day. When the time comes, I'll choose the one that sounds better, Song Shuhang replied. You're truly an amusing fellow, Mad Mental Hospital's director said. However, I feel that the name Tyrannical Saber Song 1 is a bit awkward to pronounce. I feel that it would flow much better if you were to change it to the Thrice Song Tyrannical Saber instead. Song Shuhang. Damn it, do you really think that I won't flip the table? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 89, The Secret of the Golden Chain. Chapter for 89, The Secret of the Golden Chain. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Don't mention Thrice Song again, and we can still be friends, Song Shuhang replied. He didn't want to have any relationship with Thrice Reckless Mad Saber's rule of not committing the same mistake more than 3 times and this Dao name called Thrice Song. Mad Mental Hospital's director, then, how about Song 4 or Song 5? I'd be grateful if you could just put an end to this topic, Song Shuhang replied. Afterward, he resolutely changed the subject. How come I didn't see you online playing games recently? I graduated from school and started working. I don't have much time to play games nowadays. Mad Mental Hospital's director sighed with emotion and said, moreover, I've been trying to find a way to change this old illness of mine. What illness? Song Shuhang asked. It's a rather bad illness, Mad Mental Hospital's director said. How can I explain it? Let's make an example. When a man sees a very attractive woman, he would want to do her, right? Song Shuhang said, are you a stallion whose spermatozoa rushed to its head? It's just an example. Mad Mental Hospital's director quickly replied. Song Shuhang said, all right. Although sperm might have rushed to your head, it's not too strange for a man to lust after a beautiful woman after seeing her. Mad Mental Hospital's director sighed with emotion and said, the problem is that my illness doesn't stop at this. Song Shuhang sent a question mark. Due to this illness of mine, whenever the thought of doing the beautiful woman pops up in my mind, my body automatically moves toward her in order to bang her, Mad Mental Hospital's director said. Song Shuhang said, 110-1 operator? Can I report a crime? There is this scary pervert upstairs. Please, arrest him. Like I said earlier, it was just an example. An example? Mad Mental Hospital's director said. Song Shuhang said, you're using such abnormal and scary examples. I think that it's still better to report you to the authorities. Stop. If you stop with this stuff about reporting me to the 110, we can be still friends, Mad Mental Hospital's director said helplessly. Song Shuhang, ah. Moreover, I would like very much to get rid of this illness that makes my body move on its own. Mad Mental Hospital's director sighed with emotion. There are 2 solutions, Song Shuhang suggested. The first one is to have a strong will. Mad Mental Hospital's director, if will alone could solve this problem, I wouldn't be so sad. The second method is to have you castrated. If the source of your lust is cut off, you cannot commit the crime even if you want to. Aha. Song Shuhang said evilly. Mad Mental Hospital's director. After a short period of time, he replied in a serious tone, perhaps this is the way. This time, it was Song Shuhang's turn to be speechless. Hey. Direction, you don't have to take it to heart. Song Shuhang quickly said. I don't want you to turn into China's last court eunuch due to my joke. F***ck off. Who said that I wanted to be a court eunuch? I only said that eliminating the problem at the root might be the solution, Mad Mental Hospital's director said. Anyway, I have to go now since a senior called me. It's quite troublesome after you start working. You can't really control your life anymore. Go, go. Song Shuhang said with a smile. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. On the surface of the boundless sea, 20 men were squeezed into a small boat. It was precisely that group of 20 monster hunters. Amongst them, a young monster hunter put his phone away and muttered to himself, eliminate the problem at the root, but how can monster hunters get rid of this impulse that rushes up to their heads as soon as they see a monster? What are you talking about? The big and tall leader of the monster hunters said with a smile as he patted the shoulder of the young monster hunter. Leader, it's nothing. Anyway, the opposite party even stole our monster binding chain. Is there really no problem? The young monster hunter asked. Don't worry. It was just a monster binding chain, nothing too important. Moreover, the chain can help us lock the position of that monster. The team leader clenched his fist and said, there is bound to be a day when we'll catch him and seal him. The corner of the young monster hunter's mouth twitched. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Song Shuhang put his phone away and went to wash his face and rinse his mouth. Afterward, he went to wake up Guegua. Senior brother Shuhang, good morning, Guegua said as he rubbed his eyes. Wash your face and rinse your mouth. In a while, we'll go to eat breakfast. Then, don't forget about your practice and morning Buddhist scriptures, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Yes. Guegua stood up and ran to wash his face. He was always together with Song Shuhang lately, and his cultivation speed had increased by leaps and bounds due to the effects of the Enlightenment Stone. Yu Jiaojiao jumped from the windowsill and directly landed on Song Shuhang's shoulder. She was likewise benefiting from the effects of the Enlightenment Stone. Therefore, she quite liked staying close to Song Shuhang. When will we reach China? Yu Jiaojiao asked. Song Shuhang said, I don't know, either. However, this cruise ship is something that Senior 7 Lives Talisman prepared. Therefore, its speed should be faster than other cruise ships. Let's quickly get back to China and kidnap that author so that we can have him write the plot of the movie, Yu Jiaojiao said excitedly. Song Shuhang said with a smile, ahaha, sure. After saying this much, Song Shuhang shot a glance at the several items lying on the bedside cupboard. Those were the items he found on the body of that man wearing black clothes. He stretched out his hand and grabbed that thick golden chain. The more he looked at it, the more he felt that it was the chain of a dog coated with gold. Right. Shuhang, did you succeed yesterday? Yu Jiaojiao asked. She remembered that Song Shuhang made that man wearing black clothes drink his blood and went to sleep in order to activate some kind of technique. I failed, and I wasted that cup of blood for nothing, Song Shuhang said gloomily. He was unable to enter the dreamland and ended up dreaming about himself turning into a horse instead. Yu Jiaojiao asked, in that case, do you want to interrogate that man again today? Yeah, I might as well, but let's look for Senior Phoenix Slayer first and see if he has the means to make that man speak, Song Shuhang said. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After breakfast, Guegua went to practice and started chanting the morning Buddhist scriptures. On the other hand, young Master Phoenix Slayer was still sitting in meditation and practicing. Song Shuhang didn't want to disturb him and decided to wait for him to finish his practice before interrogating that man wearing black clothes again. At this time, Song Shuhang was together with his several roommates, lying on the top of the cruise ship and bathing in the sun. Although we didn't manage to get to the resort island, our trip still turned out to be pretty exciting, Tubo said as he sighed with emotion. First the airplane accident, then the island of natives where the population was trying to learn Chinese, and now this super luxurious cruise ship. They experienced a lot of things in the past few days. Gao Mumu, who was lying down together with his girlfriend, said listlessly, I would be even happier if so many third wheels weren't in the way. Ahaha, Anyway, I didn't even have the opportunity to put into practice the plan I prepared for that date with Miss Lu, Zhuge Zhongyang said. The reason he invited everyone to go on this trip was precisely the date with Miss Lu, but he didn't expect that so many unexpected things would happen in the middle. Song Shuhang turned his head around with a smile and said, "There are still a few days left until the cruise ship reaches China. You should make the best use of your time and ask Miss Lu out." "Good idea," Zhuge Zhongyang said as he held his chin. Afterward, he pulled Jiao Mumu away in order to arrange the plan for the date. Jiao Mumu turned toward Song Shuhang and ferociously glared at him. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang stretched himself and fiddled with the golden chain in his hands. This golden chain was surely related to the 33 Divine Beast sect. But how could he uncover the secret of the chain? Should he try to drip some blood on it to become its master? Or perhaps he should throw it into fire, submerge it underwater, or bury it in the earth. "Shuhang, when did you get that thick golden chain?" a nearby Tubo said with a smile after he saw the chain in Song Shuhang's hands. Since when had Song Shuhang's tastes become so strange? He unexpectedly went ahead and bought a golden dog chain. "I got it yesterday." "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Song Shuhang said jokingly. It really suits you," Tubo said with a smile. "Why don't you try it out? I feel that it would be rather amusing if you were to wear it." "Wear it?" Song Shuhang held the gold chain, lost in thoughts. After he got his hand on the chain, he didn't try to wear it. Since the outward appearance of the chain was rather unsightly, he felt that it wouldn't look good on him. After pondering for a moment, Song Shuhang quietly used his little finger to alert Yu Jiaojiao, who was hiding in his hair. Then, he cautiously put the chain around his neck. Perhaps wearing the chain was the method to uncover its secrets. However, it was very dangerous to casually wear a cultivation-related item around one's neck. Therefore, he alerted Yu Jiaojiao and hinted her to give him a hand in case something unexpected happened. With that, if the golden chain acted strangely, Yu Jiaojiao would immediately help him. Song Shuhang wore the golden chain. But unfortunately, there was no reaction. Song Shuhang secretly heaved a sigh of relief, but he was still a little disappointed. PFFF tilde the nearby Tubo burst out in laughter. "You really wore it? It doesn't look good?" Song Shuhang raised his brows. Tubo said, "It doesn't suit you in the least. I feel that it might suit you only if you were 10 times fatter. That's quite unfortunate." "I wouldn't be able to become fatter even if I wanted to," Song Shuhang said as he stretched out his hand, getting ready to take off the golden chain. Then, just as he grabbed the golden chain and raised it level with his eyes, his hand suddenly stiffened. When he looked at the golden chain from this angle, he discovered that the links of the chain, where pictures of the animals were engraved, emitted a weak radiance after the sunlight shone on them. The radiance these pictures emitted seemed to have the ability to hypnotize the onlooker. It made one unable to move their eyes away. But if they stared at the pictures, they felt as though their whole consciousness would be sucked inside. Song Shuhang found this feeling rather familiar. When he'd shot a glance at the secret book containing the basic Buddhist fist technique back then, he got the same feeling. It was possible to rely on the combination of pictures and writing to create a low-level illusion that would help in passing down the technique. This golden chain likewise used pictures, the sunlight, and a specific angle to create a simple illusion. However, Song Shuhang's mental energy was currently too strong, and he wouldn't be easily influenced by such an illusion. Interesting. The corner of Song Shuhang's mouth rose. He took off the golden chain and patted Tubo's shoulder. "Tubo, thank you. After we return to China, I'll treat you to a sumptuous meal. At the time, you would be able to eat whatever you want without the need to stand on ceremony." Afterward, he swaggered away toward his room while holding the golden chain, leaving behind a dumbfounded Tubo. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 490, The Whale Swallowing Technique. Chapter 490, The Whale Swallowing Technique. Translator, God Brandy editor, Kurisu. Guogua has yet to return? Song Shuhang asked after entering the room. There were no traces of the small monk. Yu Jiaoju replied, he should still be chanting his morning Buddhist scriptures. Being a Buddhist is slightly troublesome, but their willpower will turn out to be very strong in the future. So that's how it was. Song Shuhang nodded. Afterward, he wore the golden chain once more and said, Jiao Jiao, I've discovered the secret of this chain. Now, I'll try to sink into the illusion on my own. Can you give me a hand if something unexpected happens? Yu Jiaojie replied, sure, leave it to me. Song Shuhang raised the golden chain to his eye level, and when the sunlight shooting through the window shone on it, something about the chain changed again. The 33 animal pictures on the chain started emitting a gentle radiance, and the lines the animals were made of started to sway from side to side like waves. Song Shuhang stared at the animal pictures and slowly rotated the golden chain clockwise, carefully looking at each picture. When he reached the picture of the whale, the lines on the golden chain swayed even more fiercely. As expected, there is a connection with the huge whale chapter of the 33 Divine Beasts technique that I practice. Now then, how can I sink into the illusory technique concealed within these pictures? Back then, he was able to enter the illusion of the basic Buddhist fist technique due to the combinations of the pictures and chant of the technique. Moreover, he was just an ordinary person, and the amount of mental energy he possessed was very low. This allowed him to be easily influenced by the illusion. But now, he was already a cultivator of the second stage realm, and his mental energy was hundreds of times stronger than before. As if that wasn't enough, the golden chain didn't have any chant associated to it. Could he successfully sink into the illusion by relying on the huge whale chapter of the 33 Divine Beasts technique alone? Song Shuhang had no way to tell, but he still decided to give it a try. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Around 3 minutes later, Song Shuhang's eyes lost focus. He had managed to successfully sink into the illusory technique concealed within the pictures of the golden chain. Although what he was doing was rather risky, it was still within the range of what Song Shuhang could accept. Moreover, he secretly liked the excitement that braving dangers brought along. Inside the illusion, a huge ocean full of waves appeared before Song Shuhang's eyes. Amidst the waves, a huge whale was spraying water like a fountain. This feeling, it seems that I'm inside one of those spaces where cultivation techniques are passed down. Song Shuhang muttered to himself. This space was the same as the one he entered when he learned the basic Buddhist fist technique. Now then, how is this huge whale going to pass down the technique? Wu Tilda the huge whale issued a strange cry. Soon after, it turned its head around and looked at Song Shuhang. Was it about to pass down the technique to Shuhang? The password, the huge whale said in a grave tone. Eh? Song Shuhang lightly called out. The password, the whale roared once more. Song Shuhang pondered for a moment and casually said, 1 2 3 4 5? The password is incorrect. The process of passing down the technique failed, the huge whale cried out. Soon after, the surrounding space slightly shook, and Song Shuhang was catapulted out of the illusion. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. You are back from the illusion? Yu Jiaoju asked. Yes. Song Shuhang nodded. Just as he expected, that space where the technique was passed down was a type of low-level illusory technique concealed within the golden chain. It only had the ability to pass down the technique and did not possess any killing power. Therefore, even if he got the password wrong, he was just thrown out of the illusion. It didn't injure him or anything of the like. Did you obtain something? Yu Jiaoju asked. Just like I guessed, the pictures engraved on the golden chain are the key to learn the technique. Earlier, I managed to successfully enter the illusion, Song Shuhang replied. Yu Jiaoju asked, did you manage to obtain what you wanted? No. There were some security measures inside the illusory space where the technique was being passed down. One needs to know the correct password in order to learn the technique, and unfortunately, we don't know what the password is, Song Shuhang said as he shrugged his shoulders. Yu Jiajiao smiled and said, therefore, You want to go to that man wearing black clothes and interrogate him. Exactly, Song Shuhang said and nodded. After stretching himself, he stood up and decided to see if young Master Phoenix Slayer had finished practicing yet. But as soon as he stood up, Song Shuhang felt his head become somewhat heavy. His vision became blurry, and he felt as though stars were dancing before his eyes. Is it because I didn't eat enough lately? Song Shuhang muttered to himself. No, that's not it. I ate quite well recently. Moreover, I ate a large number of natural treasures as well. Song Shuhang closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. But when he closed his eyes, two scenes flashed before his eyes. He suddenly discovered that he was standing amidst a stretch of ruins, shivering and trembling. For some reason, his heart started to ache as soon as he witnessed this scene. At this time, he was standing amidst the remains of a huge celestial palace. However, there were no traces of battle in the surrounding area. It felt as though a power so strong that words alone were not enough to describe it had instantly destroyed this magnificent celestial palace. Afterward, another scene flashed before his eyes. It was the bloody palm of a hand. On the palm were written the words "Beloved Dog 43B" and drawn the picture of a golden chain. Song Shuhang faintly sighed. Was this the password required in the illusory space? But at this time, he was unable to cheer up. The sight of the ruins of the celestial palace completely wrecked his mood. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The two scenes were very strange. Moreover, they flashed by before his eyes in the instant he lowered his head. So, it seems I managed to obtain what I needed, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. What? Yu Jiajiao exclaimed. It's nothing. I discovered something rather interesting, Song Shuhang said with a smile. Jiajiao, I'll try to sink into the illusion of the golden chain again. After saying this much, Song Shuhang wore the golden chain once more. He moved the chain until reaching the picture of the whale and relaxed. Afterward, he coordinated with the picture and got ready to enter the illusion. 3 minutes later, he managed to enter the illusory space once more. Mighty waves were surging, and a huge whale was spraying water. Wu Tilda the huge whale cried out strangely. The password! Beloved Dog 43B. Song Shuhang replied. The password is correct, the huge whale said. In the next moment, the whale entered into action. It jumped upward and came out of the water, starting to prance about in the sky. If one were to consider the huge whale as a stream of true qi, and the sea below as the dantian, they would notice that what they were seeing was a type of true qi revolving method. It was precisely the method to revolve one's true qi included in the whale chapter of the 33 Divine Beasts technique. However, the method to revolve the true qi of the huge whale chapter he possessed was incomplete. The 33 Divine Beasts technique had a set of supplementary techniques, just like the basic Buddhist fist technique had the immovable body of the Buddha as a complementary technique. Only when the two of them were united was it possible to obtain the real cultivation technique. And the supplementary cultivation technique of the huge whale chapter was precisely the whale swallowing technique. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 491, please, can you not mention these disgusting things while I'm eating? Chapter 491, please, can you not mention these disgusting things while I'm eating? Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. The whale swallowing technique sounded quite cool from the name. However, the technique did nothing else except for strengthening one's teeth, stomach, and digestive system. Moreover, the whale swallowing technique didn't even allow one to eat everything. It only allowed the user to eat one thing, spirit beast crystals. Song Shuhang understood it as soon as he learned the technique. The whale swallowing technique was the supplementary technique of the huge whale chapter to merge the pseudo-innate true qi inside his body. After eating the spirit beast crystals, the embryonic form of pseudo-innate true qi inside his body would merge with the origin true qi of the 33 spirit beasts, giving birth to a type of origin true qi that was infinitely close to really innate true qi. Aside from the whale swallowing technique, the heritage still contained the first for cultivation techniques of the 33 divine beasts technique. These for cultivation techniques were enough to let one reach the fourth stage innate realm. And the fourth stage innate realm just happened to be the realm where one could bring into full display the power of that pseudo-innate true chi. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Song Shuhang came out of the illusory space generated by the golden chain once more. After he regained his senses, he discovered that Yu Jiaojiao and Guogua were looking at him with worried expressions. Guogua even passed him a hot towel. Question mark. Song Shuhang was confused. Guogua said, "Senior brother Shuhang, wipe yourself with this towel. Just now, you suddenly started crying and screaming, you looked very grieved. Elder sister Jiaojiao and I felt sad just by looking at you." Song Shuhang wiped his face and discovered that it was full of tears. Was it possible that he was so heartbroken after seeing the scene of the destroyed celestial palace that he started crying? Song Shuhang quickly took the towel from the small monk and wiped the tears off his face. Now then, why did I start crying after seeing the picture of that celestial palace? Were those ruins the base of the 33 divine beasts sect? Or perhaps it was the palace of another influence? At this time, Yu Jiajiao asked, "Shuhang, did you obtain something this time?" Song Shuhang nodded, very satisfied, and said, "Yes. Just now, I managed to obtain the complete version of the cultivation technique I practice, as well as a quite good supplementary cultivation technique." After saying this much, he put the hot towel down and took the shark-type spirit beast crystal out of his size-reducing purse. Yu Jiaojiao's small eye swiveled as she asked, "Is this supplementary cultivation technique related to spirit beast crystals?" Spirit beast crystals were quite famous in the world of cultivators. After all, the spiritual energy inside wasn't inferior to that of spirit stones. But due to their special structure, there was no way to extract the spiritual energy within. Song Shuhang nodded and said, "Yes. That supplementary cultivation technique has the ability to let one absorb spirit beast crystals." Guogui and Yu Jiajiao curiously looked at Song Shuhang. They wanted to know how Song Shuhang was going to make use of the spirit beast crystal with the new cultivation technique he learned. Song Shuhang held the shark-type spirit beast crystal between his fingers. But soon after, a perplexed expression appeared on his face. According to the description of the whale swallowing technique, his teeth would change after using the technique, becoming capable of biting to pieces the spirit beast crystal, and his stomach and digestive system would be able to completely digest the bits of the spirit beast crystal. Moreover, the technique allowed to perfectly guide all the energy within the spirit beast crystal to the Dantian. After the spiritual energy within the spirit beast crystal converged in the Dantian, the total quantity of his true chi would increase. Additionally, the stream of spirit beast origin energy would merge with the embryonic form of his pseudo-innate true chi. After eating the 33 different types of spirit beast crystals, the embryonic form of his pseudo-innate true chi would change, becoming whole. In that case, here was the question. How was he supposed to eat the spirit beast crystal? Was he supposed to eat it raw? Or should he add some salt or soy sauce? Or sugar instead? What is senior brother Shuhang doing? Guogua asked in puzzlement. Yu Jiajiao said in a grave tone, "Don't be impatient. Perhaps he's using that mysterious cultivation technique and trying to absorb the energy within the spirit beast crystal." Guogua nodded his head, his expression one of excitement. Then, under Guogua and Yu Jiaojiao's gaze, Song Shuhang wiped the spirit beast crystal and put it in his mouth, taking a bite of it. Guogua. Yu Jiaojiao. Song Shuhang. Painful, painful, painful. My teeth almost broke. This whale swallowing technique can only harden the teeth a bit. It won't allow one to directly bite through spirit beast crystals. Song Shuhang said as he covered his mouth. But very soon, he realized what was going on. In the end, he had just obtained the whale swallowing technique, and he was at most at the beginner level in regards to this technique. It was too soon to directly eat spirit beast crystals. From the looks of it, he had to practice the whale swallowing technique a lot and reach at least the intermediate level before being able to eat spirit beast crystals. However, this cultivation technique wasn't easy to practice. To practice it, he had to continuously bite spirit beast crystals. If seniors unaware of the situation were to see him grinding spirit beast crystals with his teeth every day, they would probably think that he had gone mad or something. From the looks of it, I'll have to use an unconventional method. Song Shuhang's eyes changed as he said, "Let's go, let's look for Senior Phoenix Slayer." Yu Jiajiao and Guegua blinked their eyes at the same time, their expressions those of confusion. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Young Master Phoenix Slayer concluded his meditation and opened his eyes. "A new day has begun," young Master Phoenix Slayer said as he stretched himself. The early hours of the morning were the best to plan things. Therefore, he really liked this period of time. At this time, someone knocked on the door. "Come in," said young Master Phoenix Slayer. The door was pushed open and Song Shuhang, Guoguo, and Yu Jiajiao entered the room hurriedly. Young Master Phoenix Slayer looked at the three in confusion and said, "Did you need something from me?" Song Shuhang immediately said, "Senior Phoenix Slayer, can you use again that technique that swapped our bodies?" Young Master Phoenix Slayer blinked his eyes and said, "Why?" "Senior, I need to borrow your CPU to run a program," Song Shuhang replied. Young Master Phoenix Slayer replied, "Speak clearly." "Senior, I need to borrow your body to practice a cultivation technique." "That technique is very useful to me," Song Shuhang replied honestly. The corner of young Master Phoenix Slayer's mouth twitched. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. But in the end, young Master Phoenix Slayer still used his innate skill to swap bodies with Song Shuhang. "This is the last time. Don't even think of taking advantage of me all the times. Senior Phoenix Slayer, you're really the best monster ever," Song Shuhang said gratefully. "However, can I pay you the next time to borrow your body?" Young Master Phoenix Slayer bellowed, "You can forget about it." From the looks of it, there seemed to be no hope tilde. It was truly regrettable tilde. I'll say it beforehand. This time, it can be considered a fair deal. The process of swapping bodies is a type of training for me as well, young Master Phoenix Slayer said. After saying this much, he took off his glasses and stared at Song Shuhang with his strange eyes. In the next moment, their bodies were swapped. That familiar delay of 3 seconds was also back. There wasn't much time. Therefore, Song Shuhang quickly used young Master Phoenix Slayer's body to practice the whale swallowing technique. Just like that time with the inverted scale saber technique, hundreds of inspirations, as well as basic knowledge of more than 70 swallowing and teeth strengthening techniques, suddenly popped up in his mind as soon as he finished practicing the whale swallowing technique the 4th time. From the looks of it, young Master Phoenix Slayer was very knowledgeable when it came to training one's teeth. Did he learn these techniques when he was fighting against Dudu and couldn't assume human form yet? The whale swallowing technique was a supplementary cultivation technique of the 2nd stage rank, and it was quite easy to practice it with young Master Phoenix Slayer's body who was at the 5th stage realm. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Meanwhile, young Master Phoenix Slayer's consciousness entered Song Shuhang's body. With this innate skill, young Master Phoenix Slayer could forcefully enter other people's bodies with his consciousness. For example, he controlled Dudu's body and made him shout stuff like Mr. Yellow Mountain is my loyal little dog back then. He could even make the consciousness of other people enter his body, just like he did with Song Shuhang before, allowing him to control his body. Or he could make the two parties directly swap bodies like he did at this time. Song Shuhang borrowed young Master Phoenix Slayer's body to practice the whale swallowing technique and the 33 Divine Beasts technique. On the other hand, young Master Phoenix Slayer borrowed Song Shuhang's body to train this innate skill of his that could allow him to swap bodies. If the two parties swapped their bodies willingly, young Master Phoenix Slayer would obtain twice the results with half the effort while training his innate skill. However, the so-called fair deal was just young Master Phoenix Slayer helping Song Shuhang one last time for Dudu's sake. Or did you really think that his CPU was there for public use and everyone could borrow it? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. When young Master Phoenix Slayer relieved his body-swapping innate skill, Song Shuhang's whale swallowing technique had already reached the master level. Then, he once again took out the Shark-type Spirit Beast crystal and started wiping it. Afterward, he asked, "Anyone here has some ketchup?" "I have it." Guagua handed over some ketchup to Song Shuhang, as well as 2 pieces of white bread. "I just finished meditating, and I didn't have the time to eat breakfast yet." Song Shuhang replied, "Thank you, Guagua." Afterward, Shuhang added some ketchup to the Spirit Beast crystal and used the whale swallowing technique once more. When he used the whale swallowing technique this time, Song Shuhang felt his teeth becoming as hard as godly weapons. It shouldn't be a problem for the current him to bite a steel knife to pieces. In the worst case, he could now go to the streets and perform in variety shows. Song Shuhang took a bite of the Spirit Beast crystal. The incredibly hard Spirit Beast crystal was bitten to pieces. Nom, nom, nom. Gulp tilde? It tastes a little strange, and it smells like fish, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. Guagua said, he really ate it. Yu Jiajiao said, that was quite awesome. Young Master Phoenix Slayer said, can you really digest that thing after eating it? Won't you get diarrhea if you can't digest the pieces of the Spirit Beast crystal? Song Shuhang said, Senior Phoenix Slayer, can you not mention these disgusting things while I'm eating? Young Master Phoenix Slayer. As he was speaking, Song Shuhang completely gobbled up the Spirit Beast crystal. It took him only 3 bites. This Shark-type Spirit Beast crystal came from a Shark-type Spirit Beast of the 3rd stage. In other words, it was equivalent to a Spirit Stone of the 3rd stage. The spiritual energy within the Spirit Beast crystal was a bit too much for the current Song Shuhang. For a moment, he felt as though his Dantian was going to explode. Luckily, his Dantian had been strengthened by Senior White's Qi storage expanding technique, and its capacity was much higher than that of an ordinary cultivator of the 2nd stage. Song Shuhang didn't dare to be careless and sat down on the spot. He closed his eyes and started to operate the 33 Divine Beasts technique, guiding the huge amount of spiritual energy inside his Dantian. At the same time, he guided the Shark-type origin True Qi within the Spirit Beast crystal as well, merging it with the embryonic form of the pseudo-innate True Qi in his Dantian. The illusory picture of a tiny shark appeared next to the needle-shaped embryonic form of the pseudo-innate True Qi, moving all around it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 92, I'm not the one in the wrong, the world is. Chapter for 92, I'm not the one in the wrong, the world is. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Senior Brother Shuhang, what's the matter? Young Master Phoenix Slayer replied, it seems he ate too much. There are some things that you can't eat carelessly, Yu Jiajiao added. Guagua somewhat understood and nodded his head. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After half an hour, Song Shuhang was completely exhausted as he opened his eyes. At this time, a green radiance would often flash through his eyes. Although it was difficult, in the end he managed to convert all the spiritual energy inside the Spirit Beast crystal into True Qi. At this time, both his Sea of Qi Dantian and Dragontail Dantian were completely full. If another stream of True Qi were to pour inside them, Song Shuhang felt that they would explode. Currently, there was the projection of a Shark-type Spirit Beast next to the embryonic form of his pseudo-innate True Qi, as well as a spirit pattern above it. At the same time, Song Shuhang felt the area between his eyebrows swell as well. His mental energy had also increased due to the Spirit Beast crystal. Song Shuhang's mental energy was already higher than an ordinary cultivator's of the 2nd stage. Now that his mental energy had also sharply increased, he felt as though his head was going to explode too. My mental energy is approaching the maximum limit the body can withstand, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. As he was speaking, that green radiance kept flashing through his eyes from time to time. It was a sign that his mental energy had increased suddenly, making him unable to control it properly. The body, True Qi, and mental energy of a cultivator were all connected. Only if one had a strong body would they be able to accommodate a lot of True Qi and mental energy. A high level of mental energy meant a high control over one's True Qi. The stronger the mental energy, the better could a cultivator control their true qi or spiritual energy, avoiding unnecessary waste of energy. Since Song Shuhang advanced too quickly recently, both his true qi and mental energy had already reached the limit. On the other hand, his body wasn't able to keep up with the rest and ended up hindering his cultivation. If an ordinary cultivator were to become aware of this situation, they would be truly envious. After all, ordinary cultivators advance step by step, and it usually took them years to break through a small realm. As a consequence, their body was much more powerful than their true qi, spiritual energy, and mental energy. Therefore, there was almost no cultivator that worried about their true qi and mental energy being stronger than their body. Therefore, Song Shuhang was currently worrying about a rather good thing. Song Shuhang took out some body-tempering liquid and drank it. The body-tempering liquid didn't have that much of an effect on his body anymore. However, he still had quite a bit of it with him. Therefore, he thought of drinking it as a tonic. I have to practice the fist and saber technique some more in order to further strengthen my body. Although it was a good thing, it was still quite worrisome. If his body couldn't keep up and his true qi and mental energy were to increase again, he would explode and die. Quite scary, wasn't it? He was going to explode for real. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Eh? Where are Guogui and Senior Phoenix Slayer? After relieving the technique, Song Shuhang discovered that only Yu Jiajiao was left in the room. She was sitting in meditation on his shoulder, performing breathing exercises. They went to interrogate the black horse spirit and the man in black clothes. I stayed behind to keep an eye on you, Yu Jiajiao said softly. Before they gained the ability to assume human form, the cultivation speed of monster cultivators was several times slower compared to human cultivators. Therefore, Yu Jiajiao didn't waste time and freeloaded the Enlightenment Stone whenever she was close to Song Shuhang. Only by practicing under the effects of the Enlightenment Stone could she quickly catch up to human cultivators. In that case, let's go there as well. Song Shuhang got up from the ground and headed toward the interrogation room. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Inside the interrogation room, the man wearing black clothes was hanging from the ceiling as before. Young Master Phoenix Slayer didn't torture him, but told the small monk to sit in front of him and recite his religious texts. Additionally, young Master Phoenix Slayer told Guogui that he had to preach to this man both in the morning and in the evening from today until the day they reached China. This was the so-called leading a wicked man toward the correct path. Guogui happily accepted the duty. Leading wicked men toward the correct path seemed something a senior monk would do. Therefore, the small monk really liked the idea. Guogui had been enthusiastically chanting religious texts in front of the man in black for already half an hour. Given how excited he was, it wasn't a problem to go on for the whole morning. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. On a side, young Master Phoenix Slayer arranged a soundproof barrier and started to madly whip the stallion spirit. After it was whipped, the stallion spirit screamed in pain again and again. After he got tired of whipping the stallion spirit, young Master Phoenix Slayer took a short break. Fellow Daoist, what crime have I committed? You have to give me an explanation, the stallion spirit said with teary eyes. After he entered the room, young Master Phoenix Slayer took the monster binding chain and started to ruthlessly whip the stallion spirit. He didn't even press him for an answer or told him what kind of mistake he had committed. He just started to whip him. The stallion spirit said bitterly, I know I was wrong, and I won't go after Lady Onion anymore, and I won't disturb that little fellow Daoist either. Is that fine? Young Master Phoenix Slayer drank some water to moisten his throat and grabbed the monster binding chain, violently whipping the stallion spirit once more. The stallion spirit called out in pain again, his body was covered with bruises at this time. Fellow Daoist, don't, stop, Tilda, I beg you to give me an explanation. Aya. Just tell me how I can make up to you, the stallion spirit cried out. I haven't thought about how you can compensate yet. Young Master Phoenix Slayer stopped and drank some water. The stallion spirit bellowed, then, why do you keep whipping me? Because you're a stallion, young Master Phoenix Slayer said coldly. The stallion spirit was dumbfounded. What? Young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed up his glasses, and his lenses refracted rays of death. Stallions are truly detestable creatures. The number of monsters in the world is already low. According to the latest statistics of the Monster Race Alliance, the number of male monsters in the world is already 5 times higher than female monsters. In other words, amongst 5 male monsters, 4 won't be able to marry a female monster. And you still dared to act like a stallion? Don't you know that if you stallions keep doing your stallion things, there will be 5 male monsters that won't be able to marry? The stallion spirit bent his head and said, "So, is that supposed to be my fault?" Young Master Phoenix Slayer. Whip, whip, whip tilde. A session of brutal whipping followed. The stallion spirit cried out in pain once again, looking particularly pitiful. "I'm not the one in the wrong," the stallion spirit roared. "Is being a stallion a mistake now? I was just a stallion that became a monster. It was something that happened in accordance with the rules of heaven and earth. Therefore, I'm not the one in the wrong. The one in the wrong is this cruel world. This very world that allowed men to outnumber women is the root of all evil." Young Master Phoenix Slayer was dumbfounded. He felt that what the stallion spirit said was quite reasonable, therefore, he whipped him with even more strength. When Song Shuhang and Yu Jiajiao entered the interrogation room, they saw young Master Phoenix Slayer brutally whipping the stallion spirit. Both of them shivered after seeing the scene. Afterward, Song Shuhang's bright eyes and Yu Jiajiao's small and adorable eyes met. The two nodded their heads in unison. Later, they should absolutely avoid making young Master Phoenix Slayer angry. He was simply too terrifying. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang and Yu Jiajiao arrived in the front of that man wearing black clothes. The man wearing black clothes seemed extremely tired as he raised his head, looking at Song Shuhang with his dim and spiritless eyes. However, a complacent expression appeared on his face as soon as he saw Song Shuhang. "Little kid, do you really think that these puny Buddhist scriptures can break my will? Naive. My will is as strong as iron. Don't even think about obtaining anything from me before removing these magical techniques concealed within my origin true chi," the man wearing black clothes said hoarsely. Song Shuhang deeply gazed at the man wearing black clothes. Soon after, he told him the password. "Beloved Dog 43B. After saying this much, he turned his body around and headed toward the black horse spirit. The man wearing black clothes was dumbfounded, and a shocked expression appeared on his face. "Impossible! This is impossible! How do you know the password?" the man wearing black clothes bellowed as his body rotated while hanging from the ceiling. How was it possible for that kid to know the password? If he knew the password, did it mean that he had uncovered the secret of the golden chain as well? If that was the case, he had lost the possibility to bargain back and forth with the other party. "Benefactor, do not be quickly provoked in your spirit, for anger resides in the lap of fools," the small monk said with a serious expression on his face. "Fool your beep, beep, beep tilde. Moreover, that isn't even from a Buddhist scripture. It's a sentence from the Bible," the man wearing black clothes bellowed. "Eh? Is that so? If that's the case, forgive me. I've been studying famous books belonging to all kinds of religions recently. Therefore, my memory might be a bit messy. However, even if it's not part of Buddhism, the saying is still quite reasonable. One must always keep their calm. Getting angry is harmful to the body," Guogua said with a serious expression. "Bastard, go to hell! You other bastard, from where did you obtain that password? Damn it, F*CK, F*CK, F*CK tilde." The man wearing black clothes roared once more. "Benefactor, cursing is also wrong. If you keep cursing, this lowly monk would have to bring you to a temple," Guogua said as he frowned. "Beep, beep, beep tilde. F*CK. F*CK. That willpower that the man wearing black clothes was so proud of had disappeared without a trace. Guogua stood up and patted the body of the man wearing black clothes, making him spin. He started to spin faster and faster, even surpassing the speed of an electric fan. Uwa tilde the cursing of the man turned into a pitiful cry. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the meanwhile, Song Shuhang arrived next to young Master Phoenix Slayer and the Stallion Spirit. The eyes of the Stallion Spirit immediately lit as he shouted, "Little fellow Daoist, save me! I'll never dare to have an idea of Lady Onion ever again. From now on, I'll always keep a distance of 5 kilometers from you tilde. Additionally, I'll give you a horse dragon as a compensation. Please save me." Young Master Phoenix Slayer sneered and struck as fast as lightning with the monster binding chain. Horse dragon? Song Shuhang blinked his eyes. Tilde, how can I explain it? After all, I'm a sort of king amongst horses tilde, and I have a group of monster horses under my command. Amongst them, there is a horse dragon with the bloodline of a flood dragon, and it can cross most of China within 1 day. It's truly dashing, the Stallion Spirit called out. Song Shuhang shrugged his shoulders and said, "It's unfortunate, but I already have something better." After carrying out the transaction with Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, he obtained a beautiful silver dragon puppet. It was a puppet that could fly at supersonic speed. If he needed something to ride, the silver dragon puppet was more than enough. "Then, what do you want? How can I compensate you? Tell me something." "Stop whipping me," the Stallion Spirit called out. It really felt as though he was asking for a beating. Young Master Phoenix Slayer stopped the monster binding chain and drank another mouthful of water to moisten his throat. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 493, The Horse Dragon Isn't Actually a Horse. Chapter 493, The Horse Dragon Isn't Actually a Horse. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. In that case, let's chat about the compensation matter. Song Shuhang sat down and tried to think of what he needed the most at this time. "Do you have spirit beast crystals?" Yes. "I have many of them," the Stallion Spirit replied hastily. Other than being a Stallion Spirit, he was also a Horse King. Aside from monster horses, there were also several horse, donkey, and camel-type spirit beasts under his command. As the spirit beasts passed away, they left behind many spirit beast crystals. After all, one couldn't absorb the energy inside spirit beast crystals as they could do with spirit stones. Therefore, they accumulated little by little and piled up. "Which types do you have?" Song Shuhang asked. "I have horse, donkey, and camel-type spirit beast crystals. I only have these 3 types, but the quantity is very large," the Stallion Spirit said as he squeezed out a smile on his horse face. "Then, give me a bunch of spirit beast crystals of each type," Song Shuhang said. He already had a horse-type spirit beast crystal, but he happened to lack the donkey and camel types. Anyway, the whale swallowing technique wasn't limited to the 33 animals of the 33 divine beasts technique. Song Shuhang could make use of all types of spirit beast crystals and absorb them like spirit stones. "Sure. I'll give you a bunch of each type." Although he didn't know how much Song Shuhang meant by a bunch, the Stallion Spirit had several of them in stock and could take out more than 200 spirit beast crystals of each type. Of course, he wouldn't take out so many. At most, he would take out 100 of each type. Although he could only pile up these things and appreciate them without being able to absorb them, they were still glistening crystals full of spiritual energy, very pleasing to the eye. "It's settled then," Song Shuhang said and nodded. The Stallion Spirit was dumbfounded. Soon after, he said excitedly, "Little fellow Daoist, is that really enough as a compensation?" "Yes, I only need spirit beast crystals, after all," Song Shuhang replied. The eyes of the Stallion Spirit started to tear up as he said, "You're a really good person tilde." He. Song Shuhang smiled shyly and said to young Master Phoenix Slayer, "I'll leave the rest of this compensation matter to you, Senior Phoenix Slayer. After all, I'm not too knowledgeable when it comes to the treasures of the world of cultivators. Moreover, you're the one that captured the Stallion Spirit in the first place." "Right, it's my turn now." Young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed his glasses up, and rays of wisdom were refracted from each of the lenses. The stallion spirit immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Young Master Phoenix Slayer sat in front of the stallion spirit and stuck up his long legs, saying, "Do you have 1,000-mile fruits?" The 1,000-mile fruit was a spirit fruit that could strengthen both the legs and footwork of a cultivator. It was something often associated to horse-type spirit and monster beasts. "I have some," the stallion spirit replied. 1,000-mile fruits were something very important for horse-type monster and spirit beasts. "Give me a ton of them," young Master Phoenix Slayer said as he pushed up his glasses. "You might as well just kill me." The stallion spirit gave young Master Phoenix Slayer a supercilious look. "What do you take 1,000-mile fruits for? Apples?" Going as far as to use tons to calculate the quantity. Young Master Phoenix Slayer brandished the monster binding chain and ruthlessly whipped the stallion spirit. The stallion spirit continuously cried out in pain. The corner of Song Shuhang's eyes twitched. He felt that young Master Phoenix Slayer was just trying to find excuses to whip this stallion spirit. 10 fruits. "I can give you 10 fruits at most," the stallion spirit shouted. "If you want more, you won't obtain them even if you kill me." Young Master Phoenix Slayer replied, "All right, 10 it is." After saying this much, he turned his head towards Song Shuhang and said, 10,000-mile fruits, note it down. If you eat these fruits raw, they can strengthen your legs and sharply increase the efficacy of your footwork. At the time, we'll divide them half and half. "Thank you, Senior." Song Shuhang took out his phone and noted everything down. "Then, give me 2 of those horse dragon spirit beasts as well," young Master Phoenix Slayer continued. The stallion spirit clenched his teeth and said, "Fine. Moreover, they have to be completely white and not black or zebra-striped. If it's something you gave birth to, I'd feel disgusted by it," young Master Phoenix Slayer added. The stallion spirit clenched his teeth once more and squeezed out the word "fine." Young Master Phoenix Slayer finally said, "Then, seeing your pitiful appearance, I don't think you have what other good things. Just give me 10,000 spirit stones of the 5th stage, and we can call it a day." The stallion spirit gave young Master Phoenix Slayer another supercilious look, looking the same as a dead salted fish. "Just take my life instead. I don't have spirit stones." The corner of young Master Phoenix Slayer's eyes twitched. He picked up the monster binding chain and whipped the stallion spirit again. The stallion spirit called out in pain again and said, "I don't have spirit stones. Artilda, I really don't have them. All the spirit stones we have are immediately used up. My clan is so big, we don't have extra spirit stones lying around. You're even poorer than what I thought." Young Master Phoenix Slayer put away the monster binding chain somewhat disgruntled and said, "Contact your subordinates and have them deliver the items to China's dock. At the time, we'll hand you over in exchange for the goods." The stallion spirit clenched his teeth and said, "Give me back my phone, I'll return it after making the call." Song Shuhang blinked his eyes. Weren't the subordinates of the stallion spirit all horses? Except for the stallion spirit himself, none of them was at the 5th stage. So they couldn't assume human form, right? How were they going to answer the phone? With their hooves? "All right, this stallion spirit has been taken care of," young Master Phoenix Slayer said as he pointed his finger toward that man wearing black clothes that was continuously cursing. "How should we deal with that guy?" Song Shuhang replied, "Let's send him to Medicine Master's place after we reach China. Afterward, we'll wait for Venerable White's return and let him deal with him." "Medicine Master's place? Then, leave him to me. It just so happens that I have to make a trip there to ask Medicine Master to prepare me a medicinal pill," young Master Phoenix Slayer said. "In that case, I'll trouble Senior Phoenix Slayer." "You're welcome, it's really nothing." Young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed his glasses up, and his lenses refracted rays of death. The man wearing black clothes felt a cold feeling spreading all over his body and immediately stopped cursing. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. 2 days later. July 25th, Thursday. Weather, clear. Dao name, Beijing Streets Traveling Sabresman. Beijing Street's traveling sabresman was today's Dao name. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman's luxurious cruise ship finally arrived at Shanghai City's dock. At first, Song Shuhang thought of letting the cruise ship directly approach Wenzhou City's shore, but since the subordinates of the Stallion Spirit were in Shanghai City, they had no choice but to head there. "We're back to China, we're finally back." The passengers on the ship were extremely excited after getting back to China. Some of them hugged each other and cried. The nearby people shot weird looks at this group of passengers. Afterward, they said goodbye to each other and dispersed. They used all kinds of means of transportation and hastily left, returning home. Jiao Mumu, Tubo, and the others thought of going to the airport first to see if there was a flight they could take to go home. "Shuhang, aren't you coming back with us?" Jiao Mumu asked. "I have to accompany my friend to a place and take care of a small matter." "Everything is fine, you don't have to worry. Let's talk on the phone once we get back home," Song Shuhang said with a smile. The nearby young Master Phoenix Slayer gently smiled at Jiao Mumu and the others. "In that case, pay attention to your safety," Jiao Mumu said as he waved his hand. Since Song Shuhang still had some matters to take care of, Jiao Mumu and the others headed toward the airport first. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Along the way, Jiao Mumu asked, "Now then, who was that friend of Song Shuhang? Have any of you seen him before?" Tubo replied, "I haven't seen him before. However, it seems that Song Shuhang befriended all kinds of people lately. Even the master of the island was his friend. I'm really curious as to how the two of them became friends." Yuga Yu said, "Didn't you feel that Song Shuhang's friend was very cute? I really wanted to pet him." Jiao Mumu. Tubo replied, "Cute? No, I don't think so." He was completely unable to associate that man wearing eyeglasses and continuously refracting rays of wisdom with the word cute. "You guys don't know how to appreciate things." He was obviously very cute, Yuga Yu muttered to herself. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Carrying the big delivery box on his shoulders, Sima Jiang said to Song Shuhang, "Shuhang, I also better get going. I have to contact the Fengshui Express Delivery and have this express delivery box delivered to the client." Next to him were those two disciples of the Chu family. They were also planning to head back together with Sima Jiang. "Little Jiang, don't be impatient." Song Shuhang waved his hand and said, "Wait for me. I'm familiar with that old man from the Chu family and just happen to need his help with something. We can proceed together in a little while, all right?" "Sure." Sima Jiang nodded. If he could travel together with Song Shuhang, he could improve their friendship. "In that case, wait here for a moment, little Jiang. My friend and I are going to pick up a few things, and we'll set out as soon as we return," Song Shuhang said with a smile. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Song Shuhang and young Master Phoenix Slayer entered one of the storehouses of the dock. In there, several men wearing black suits and with cool expressions on their faces were defending the storehouse. It was already quite hot today, and after seeing their clothes, one felt even hotter. "Eh? Those are humans!" Song Shuhang exclaimed. He thought that all the subordinates of the Stallion Spirit would be horses. Young Master Phoenix Slayer lifted two of the big boxes and asked, "Is everything in there?" "Yes, everything is in there." "Please check the goods," the man in a black suit said as he opened several big boxes. In the first batch were 300 spirit beast crystals of the horse, donkey, and camel types. All of them had been carefully chosen and were spirit beast crystals produced by spirit beasts of the second stage rank. Only the batch of camel-type spirit beast crystals had some crystals of the third stage rank. It was because the quantity of camel-type spirit beasts was scarce, and it was not possible to gather so many low-level crystals of the second stage rank. Therefore, they had no choice but to use precious spirit beast crystals of the third stage to make up the numbers. Then, there was a small box that contained 10 fist-sized golden-purple fruits that resembled green jujubes. These gadgets were precisely those 1,000-mile fruits. There was no need to refine them into medicinal pills, one would obtain the best results after eating them raw. The last 2 boxes should contain those 2 horse dragons. The 2 boxes weren't too big, and it didn't seem that they would be able to hold something of the size of a grown-up horse. Did that guy deliver us 2 foals? Song Shuhang guessed. When the opposite party delivered them spirit beast crystals, they carefully selected low-level crystals of the 2nd stage rank. Given his meticulous nature, did that stallion spirit really give them 2 foals instead of horse dragons? If he really gave us 2 foals, I'll whip him to death, young Master Phoenix Slayer sneered. In the next moment, he opened the boxes. As soon as he opened the box, the fishy smell of seawater blew in his face. Young Master Phoenix Slayer pushed up his glasses, and rays of death flashed through his lenses. Ah? Did he unexpectedly dare to play word games with me? Young Master Phoenix Slayer opened the box that he himself had brought here. Inside the box was the stallion spirit that was now tied up like a rice dumpling. Hum, the stallion spirit cried out. Young Master Phoenix Slayer took out the monster binding chain and ruthlessly whipped him. Aya tilde so painful tilde aya. No tilde aya tilde stop tilde, the stallion spirit screamed in pain again and again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter Fun 94, So Cold, Get Me Out of Here. Chapter Fun 94, So Cold, Get Me Out of Here. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Song Shuhang moved closer and shot a glance at the boxes. The 2 boxes were full of seawater, and inside were 2 seahorses. Song Shuhang. No wonder young Master Phoenix Slayer became so angry. That stallion spirit really deserved a good beating. He unexpectedly tricked them by playing with words. Of course, the seahorses in the boxes weren't ordinary ones. They had a very large build, and even without counting their curled-up tails, their body was at least 1.5 meters long. Moreover, there were 4 small claws growing on their abdominal area, as well as a single horn growing on top of their heads. They were indeed horse dragons with the bloodline of a flood dragon. Stop whipping me tilde, I'll die if you keep hitting me tilde aya tilde. I had no choice but to have those 2 seahorse dragons delivered here tilde. After all, you said that you didn't want horse dragons with my bloodline tilde, but all the horse dragons under my command, aside from the females, which have already become my wives, have my bloodline. I'm a great stallion, after all tilde. The stallion spirit was rolling all over the ground as he was being whipped. Song Shuhang. This was a true stallion, someone capable of creating a clan by himself. Are you telling me that there isn't another male amongst this group of horse dragons aside from your wives that hasn't your bloodline? Young Master Phoenix Slayer sneered. The stallion spirit said shyly, there really isn't one. I just recently subdued this community of horse dragons, and I expelled all the male horse dragons, leaving behind only the female ones. Young Master Phoenix Slayer. This stallion spirit with sperm inside his head really needed to be whipped to death. Moreover, those seahorse dragons are also quite powerful. Although their body is small, they have the bloodline of a flood dragon. They are very strong and can easily carry 2 people at the same time. Additionally, due to them possessing the bloodline of a flood dragon, aside from land, they can speed through the sky as well, the stallion spirit added. It sounded quite cool. Song Shuhang imagined himself riding a 1.5 meter long seahorse dragon, madly dashing about on land just like an adult riding the wooden horse toy of a small kid. The scene was truly dazzling to the eyes. In the next moment, young Master Phoenix Slayer turned his head around and said to Song Shuhang, Shuhang, do you want these seahorse dragons? Song Shuhang fiercely shook his head. Even an ordinary white horse spirit beast was better than these 2 seahorse dragons. Young Master Phoenix Slayer sighed and said, in that case, just exchange them with ordinary white horse spirit beasts, all right? But right at this time, Yu Jiao secretly pulled Song Shuhang's hair. Her small eyes were almost imploring Song Shuhang as she asked, fellow Daoist Shuhang, can you accept these 2 seahorses? These 2 seahorses were spirit beasts that possessed the bloodline of a flood dragon. And Yu Jiaojiao was a mermaid that possessed the bloodline of a flood dragon. Song Shuhang's black and shiny eyes met Yu Jiaojiao's small and lovely eyes. In the end, he heaved a sigh and said, "All right. Senior Phoenix Slayer, my seahorse dragon can stay behind." Ha ha. Young Master Phoenix Slayer looked at Yu Jiaojiao and smiled, saying, "Fine. Jiaojiao, you can have mine too." "Thank you, Senior Phoenix Slayer." "Thank you, fellow Daoist Shuhang," Yu Jiaojiao said happily. Thereupon, the transaction was finally completed. Song Shuhang put the spirit beast crystals in the size-reducing purse and gave the 10,000-mile fruits to young Master Phoenix Slayer. During this transaction, he obtained the spirit beast crystals, as well as those 2 seahorse dragons due to Yu Jiaojiao. Therefore, he couldn't accept the 1,000-mile fruits too. Young Master Phoenix Slayer smiled and took 5 of the fruits, pushing the other 5 back toward Song Shuhang. "These 1,000-mile fruits aren't really that effective on me anymore. Since you asked me to deal with the compensation thing, I decided to take 5 of them as a price of going through the trouble. Anyway, since the matter is settled, let's part ways here, little friend Shuhang." After saying this much, young Master Phoenix Slayer lifted the other box that had the man wearing black clothes inside and rode his flying sword, heading toward Medicine Master's place. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang lifted the 2 boxes with the seahorse dragons and nodded at the stallion spirit and his subordinates. "Such being the case, I'll also take my leave, fellow Daoist stallion spirit. Let's hope not to see each other again." Wait a moment." The stallion spirit stretched out his twitching hand and shouted, "Remove these restrictions from my body first." The restrictive techniques that young Master Phoenix Slayer used on the body of the stallion spirit were still effective. "Restrictions? Oh, you don't have to worry about that. The restrictions will automatically disappear after 2 days." Song Shuhang smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Let's hope not to see each other again. Let's hope not to see each other ever again." The stallion spirit bitterly waved his hand as well. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the meantime, Sima Jiang brought into full play his capabilities and quickly fetched a cross-country vehicle from the Shanghai City branch of the Fengshui Express Delivery. Afterward, Song Shuhang, the 2 disciples of the Chu family, and Sima Jiang headed toward the territory of the Chu family altogether. The road was very long, and since they were in a hurry, Sima Jiang and the disciples of the Chu family took turns driving. With that, they didn't have to stop the vehicle. After almost 11 hours of driving, the group finally arrived in that small village on the periphery of the territory of the Chu family. Since Sima Jiang was just an ordinary man, the disciples of the Chu family wouldn't bring him to the inner part of their clan. The ancestor of the Chu family, Chu Konghua, had already received the news and was waiting in the small village to receive the express delivery. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The express delivery was successfully delivered. Now that his duty was completed, Sima Jiang bid farewell to the others. Just before parting ways, Chu Konghua gave him 2 small bottles. It was a medicinal juice with spiritual energy mixed within. If an average man were to drink it, it would slightly strengthen their constitution. The effects were almost the same as the spirit green tea. After taking the 2 bottles, Sima Jiang brightly smiled. Then, he bid farewell to Song Shuhang as well and finally drove his vehicle away. The ancestor of the Chu family caressed the big box with his slightly shivering hand. This express delivery was something that his friend Li Tiansu, the loose cultivator of the 5th stage, sent him before his death. "Senior Chu, this express delivery box is something that Daoist priest Li Tiansu sent, right?" Song Shuhang asked. Song Shuhang had come to this conclusion after listening to Sima Jiang's description, as well as seeing that his ghost spirit didn't want to come out of the box after entering it. After pondering for a while, he came to the conclusion that the only possibility was that it was related to Li Tiansu. "Yes, it's something that my friend sent over." The ancestor of the Chu family deeply sighed. He didn't expect that while he was in secluded meditation, healing his wounds, his old friend would die. The world of cultivators was merciless. Sometimes, while one was in secluded meditation, the outside world would greatly change, or things would remain unchanged, but the people would be no more. Song Shuhang nodded his head and thought, so it was really like this. He glanced at the box, and he could still feel the presence of the ghost spirit coming from in there. He even tried to summon it back, but the ghost spirit didn't come out and kept saying it felt very cold. Next, the ancestor of the Chu family started to open the express delivery box. The express delivery was a big box with a lot of runes and formations engraved on it. It looked like a ceiling formation. Soon after, a burst of cold air was transmitted from within the box. It wasn't normal cold. The nearby disciples of the Chu family fiercely trembled and retreated by a step or two. Those that are of the second stage or below, get out of here, Chu Kangwa said. At the same time, he shot a glance at Song Shuhang. It seemed that Song Shuhang was waiting for him to open the box. He was unable to guess Song Shuhang's intentions. If Song Shuhang wanted to steal the contents of the box, he had plenty of opportunities along the way. But now, the express delivery was already in his hands, and he was a cultivator of the 5th stage. Even 100 Song Shuhangs wouldn't be able to snatch the express delivery box away from him. Was it possible that he was just curious about the contents of the box? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Chu Kangwa took a deep breath and stretched out his hand, opening the box. In the next moment, the ice coffin emitting all that cold finally appeared before their eyes. The cold was truly terrifying, and a layer of ice had already started forming on the hand Chu Kangwa used to open the box. A layer of ice covered his hand even though he was a cultivator of the 5th stage spiritual emperor that should be technically immune to cold and heat. Even the palm of his hand was frozen stiff when he touched the box. Chu Kangwa faintly sighed. He immediately guessed the contents of the box. The one inside the box was the daughter of his dead friend. He knew that Li Tiansu had a daughter affected by a strange disease. Her body was constantly emitting a strange cold, and in critical times, it could even freeze her up. Even a 5th stage spiritual emperor such as Li Tiansu was unable to find a cure to this strange disease. For the sake of his daughter, he even sold his entire property. His beloved daughter was the only person that Li Tiansu was unable to let go of during his life. If an incredibly talented person like fellow Daoist Li was unable to find a cure to this disease, what can someone like me do? Chu Kangwa laughed at himself in his heart. But given his great friendship with Li Tiansu and the fact that Li Tiansu entrusted his daughter to him before dying, he would do his best to take care of her. If there was an opportunity to cure Li Tiansu's daughter, he would seize it even if he had to use all his property in exchange. Money was just a worldly thing, and as long as the people were still there, they could slowly earn those spirit stones back. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang looked at the ice coffin, and a familiar feeling welled up in his heart. There was a little girl with white hair inside the chunk of ice. Her long hair was worn in a braided pigtail and reached until her shoulders. Moreover, she was wearing a heavy overcoat that was tightly wrapping her body, making her look like a ball. Li Yinju, Song Shuhang blurted out these words. The person inside the ice coffin was Li Tiansu's daughter, Li Yinju. Originally, Li Yinju had already grown up into a beautiful woman. But due to this strange disease of her body continuously shrank and was currently as big as that of a 3-year-old girl. So that's how it was. No wonder the express delivery box was emitting all that cold, and no wonder the ghost spirit was clinging to the express delivery box, not willing to come out. Eh? Wait a moment. Song Shuhang quickly noticed that there was a protruding section on the originally rectangular ice coffin, and the ghost spirit was currently stranded in that protruding chunk of ice. Get me out of here, tilde, it's so cold, tilde. The ghost spirit continuously transmitted this thought to Song Shuhang. It wasn't that it didn't want to leave, it was unable to do so. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Senior Chu, since you have opened the express delivery, I'll retrieve my ghost spirit, Song Shuhang said after turning toward Chu Kangwa and cupping his hands. At this time, Chu Kangwa had already noticed that ghost spirit identical to Song Shuhang stranded in that protruding piece of ice on the ice coffin. So this was Song Shuhang's aim. He was waiting for him to open the express delivery box so that he could retrieve his ghost spirit. However, why did the ghost spirit enter the express delivery box? Song Shuhang grabbed the treasured saber broken tyrant and gently cut off the protruding piece of the ice. Although the piece of ice was easily cut off, a light layer of ice had already started forming on the blade of the saber. This cold is truly terrifying, Song Shuhang thought to himself. But just as he was preparing to take the saber back, something unexpected happened. A layer of flame started to burn on broken tyrant's blade. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 95, The White-Haired Girl Inside the Ice Coffin. Chapter for 95, The White-Haired Girl Inside the Ice Coffin. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. The Flaming Saber Technique? Song Shuhang said in puzzlement. No, that wasn't it. After all, he didn't even use the Flaming Saber Technique. The nearby Chu Kangwa asked impatiently, "Little friend, what are you doing?" Song Shuhang replied, "I'm not doing anything." Just as he was speaking, the flames on the treasured saber broken tyrant grew even stronger. The flames burning on the saber carried traces of the majesty of heaven within them. The flames of tribulation. Song Shuhang finally understood what was going on. These flames didn't belong to the Flaming Saber Technique, they were the flames of the heavenly tribulation. Song Shuhang quickly raised the treasured saber broken tyrant, trying to separate it from the ice coffin. The flames of tribulation were something very dangerous. How terrible would it be if he were to carelessly injure Li Yinju, who was within the chunk of ice? But when Song Shuhang put strength in his arm to move the treasured saber broken tyrant away, the blade didn't budge. The ice coffin was like a magnet, firmly attracting the blazing blade. Song Shuhang was unable to move the saber away from the chunk of ice with his strength of the second stage. "What's the matter?" Chu Kangwa quickly dashed forward and supported Song Shuhang's arm, activating his spiritual energy in order to give him a hand. But as soon as Chu Kangwa used his spiritual energy, the flames of tribulation on the treasured saber broken tyrant started to burn even more fiercely, just as though someone had sprinkled some oil on them. Song Shuhang and Chu Kangwa let go of the blade at the same time so as to avoid getting hurt by the flames. Did the flames of tribulation stay behind from the last time? Song Shuhang muttered to himself. The sect master of the Moon Saber sect, Bhn Jun, was the previous owner of the treasured saber broken tyrant. He was a cultivator of the fourth stage that had been injured by the flames of tribulation. In the end, he was burned to ashes with one gentle wave of Song Shuhang's 3 stars fire controlling fan. His body, magical clothes, and token of authority were all thoroughly burned by the flames of tribulation. At the time, broken tyrant happened to be in Bhn Jun's hands and was likewise burned by the flames of tribulation. When Song Shuhang picked the treasured saber back then, it was completely charred black. However, he didn't expect that there would be still remnants of those flames left within broken tyrant. They finally flared up after being stimulated by the cold emitting from the ice coffin. The blazing flames covered the entire surface of the ice coffin. It was a very bad situation. If the flames of tribulation were allowed to keep burning, they might burn down the whole ice coffin. Song Shuhang clenched his teeth and stretched out his hand once more, trying to grab the treasured saber broken tyrant. The handle of the saber wasn't engulfed by the flames yet. Therefore, he could grab it. Chu Kangwa frowned and said, "Little friend, be careful. The flames of tribulation aren't to be taken lightly." However, just as Song Shuhang stretched out his hand toward the treasured saber broken tyrant, the flames of tribulation suddenly died out as though they had exhausted their strength. Song Shuhang grabbed the saber. With the disappearance of flames of tribulation, the ice coffin wasn't attracting a broken tyrant anymore. Therefore, he was able to easily lift up the saber. As for the ice coffin, only the external layer of ice had been burned by the flames, changing into water that started flowing down. The interior was still as hard as iron and quietly emitting cold. The flames of tribulation had unharmed Li Yinju inside the ice coffin. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After making sure that nothing had happened to the ice coffin, Song Shuhang turned toward Chu Kangbua and cupped his hands. Senior Chu, the express delivery has been delivered, and I have retrieved my ghost spirit as well. Therefore, I'll take my leave. Mama Song and the others were still worried about the plane crash. Therefore, it was better if he returned home as soon as possible to reassure them. At the same time, Song Shuhang activated his true chi to melt that chunk of ice trapping the ghost spirit. Now that the piece of ice had been separated from Li Yinyu's ice coffin, it had lost the support of that chilly cold, becoming a very ordinary piece of ice. It immediately melted under the effects of Song Shuhang's true chi. After getting out of the piece of ice, the ghost spirit trembled for a little while and quickly drilled inside Song Shuhang's sea of Qi Dantian, not willing to come out. After Song Shuhang advanced to the second stage realm, the ghost spirit had two places where it could stay. One was the heart aperture, the other the sea of Qi Dantian. Little friend, wait a moment. Chu Kangbua said hastily at this time. Since little friend is already here, you might as well make a trip to the Chu family together with me. I'll give you the map of that forbidden area, as well as the information about the part that fellow Daoist Li and I explored together. That forbidden area was the place where Li Tiansu lost his life. Chu Kangbua secretly shot a glance at Li Yinju, who was currently sealed within the ice. Perhaps the cure to save his dead friend's daughter was precisely inside that forbidden area. If that senior called White and this little friend before his eyes could find the cure to Li Yinyu's disease inside that forbidden area, his dead friend's last descendant might be able to survive. All right. Song Shuhang nodded. Since he was already here, he might as well take the map of the forbidden area with him. Who knew, Senior White might even reduce the time he had to stay in space if he were to bring him the map of the forbidden area. He had to keep a positive mindset. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Just as Song Shuhang was chatting with Chu Kangbua, his phone suddenly rang. As he took the phone out, he discovered that it was True Monarch Yellow Mountain calling him. True Monarch Yellow Mountain finally remembered about me. Song Shuhang had tears streaming down his face. Even now, he was unable to take the Kasaya off his body. True Monarch Yellow Mountain's gentle voice was transmitted from the other end. Hello, little friend Shuhang? True Monarch, I've been waiting for your call for several days already, Song Shuhang said. Cough, ahaha. Little Dudu, this rascal, had been causing a ruckus for the past few days. It took me a lot of effort to subdue him. True Monarch Yellow Mountain sounded incredibly pleased with himself as he was speaking. He didn't turn Dudu into a dog meat hot pot, right? Cough. Anyway, I've managed to obtain the password to your Kasaya. I'll send you the photo now, be sure to accept it. In that case, goodbye. True Monarch Yellow Mountain hung up the phone after saying this much. He seemed quite busy with something. Soon after, Song Shuhang received a picture. Above it was described how to take off the Kasaya. Afterward, Song Shuhang started to press on the Kasaya according to the instructions on the picture. Whoosh. At last, that damnable Kasaya came off. After the Kasaya came off, Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief and felt as though a huge burden had been lifted from his chest. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Chu Kangbua silently waited for Song Shuhang to take off the Kasaya and said, Little friend, please follow me to the Chu family. Song Shuhang put the Kasaya over his hand and said, Senior Chu, please lead the way. Chu Kangbua stretched out his hand and used his spiritual energy to carefully lift the ice coffin, placing it on a smaller cart that was prepared beforehand, preparing to bring it back to the Chu family. In the next moment, the ice coffin was picked up by the spiritual energy and gently placed on the small cart. Crack! But just as it was placed down, the whole ice coffin faintly shook. Soon after, Chu Kangbua and Song Shuhang discovered that there was a crack on the surface of the ice coffin. Next, more and more cracks started to appear on it, covering it like a cobweb. Song Shuhang said, It has nothing to do with me, right? Chu Kangbua also said at the same time, I placed it down very lightly. Crack, crack, crack. The whole ice coffin broke to pieces. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Is it possible that Li Yinju regained consciousness? Song Shuhang guessed. The cold emitting from Li Tiansu's daughter's body wasn't always in an active state. After flaring up for a certain period of time, the cold would quiet down for some time. While the cold was in a dormant state, Li Yinju could act like a normal girl. The only thing was that the temperature of her body was a bit low, and she was particularly sensitive to cold. Now then, was it possible that the cold her body was emitting entered into a dormant state? It's very likely, Chu Kangbua said and nodded. He also had some understanding of Li Tiansu's daughter's disease. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Actually, it was just like the two had guessed. The fearsome cold emitting from the ice coffin started to weaken, and the whole ice coffin changed into an ordinary chunk of ice. Very soon, the ice coffin crumbled, revealing the ball-shaped white-haired girl wearing heavy clothes inside. Li Yinju's whole body was shivering as she came out of the ice. There were still several shards of ice in her hair and on her body in general. When she opened her eyes, they discovered that not only her hair, but her eyelashes and pupils had also changed into a silvery white color. She looked like a doll, delicate and lovely. Each time Li Yinju's disease flared up, her body would emit cold from a minimum of 7-8 days to a maximum of several months. Afterward, the cold inside her body would automatically enter a dormant state, letting her have some free time in which she could act like normal people did. But this time, her condition was too critical. When her disease flared up, it directly created an ice coffin around her body. Since her father, Li Tiansu, was worried about her safety, he sealed the whole coffin. Then, as soon as the seal was removed, the cold inside her body weakened, allowing her to come out of the ice coffin. Li Yinju, who was shrinking into a ball, weakly cried. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. As soon as Song Shuhang saw the trembling little girl, a sad feeling welled up in his heart. It wasn't really his good person attribute flaring up again. It was because he experienced Li Tiansu's life in the dreamland. He saw him getting married and raising up his daughter. Therefore, it was quite normal that he would feel this way after seeing Li Yinju trembling. Do you have a towel? Song Shuhang quickly asked. One of the nearby disciples of the Chu family brought over a big towel. Song Shuhang took a step forward and hugged the trembling Li Yinju, using the towel to carefully wipe away the pieces of ice from her hair, face, and neck. His actions were flawless and very skilled, as though he had done this thousands of times. At the same time, Song Shuhang frowned and looked at the clothes she was wearing. These clothes were probably a magical clothes with some magical technique attached to them, and they should be capable of automatically warming their master. But now, it was likely that they had already lost the ability to keep their master warm. They had been eroded by the cold inside Li Yinju's body and were sealed inside the ice for a long time. They were currently as cold as ice. The first thing to do was to change her clothes. Song Shuhang took out his emerald green kasaya and used it to wrap Li Yinju. Then, he turned his head toward Chu Kangbua and said, Senior Chu, can you have some female disciple of the Chu family wipe the body of this girl and change her clothes into something warmer? Chu Kangbua nodded and told 2 female disciples to take Li Yinju and change her clothes. The 2 female disciples took a step forward and stretched out their hands, planning to take Li Yinju from Song Shuhang's embrace. However, Li Yinju suddenly opened her eyes wide, and a terrified expression appeared on her face. She tightly grabbed Song Shuhang and hid behind him, starting to shiver even more. The 2 female disciples of the Chu family were somewhat embarrassed as they forced a smile. Song Shuhang's heart moved when he saw the little girl grabbing his clothes. Then, he shot a glance at the ancient bronze ring on his finger. Was it possible that the ring was the reason Li Yinju unconsciously approached him? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 496, People mustn't be judged by their appearances. Chapter 496, People mustn't be judged by their appearances. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Did Li Yinju approach me due to the ancient bronze ring I'm wearing? After all, there should be Daoist priest Li Tiansu's aura on it. Song Shuhang gently patted Li Yinju and said softly, "You don't need to be afraid. Those two elder sisters will just help you change your clothes." After hearing his words, Li Yinju nodded while still trembling. Then, she cautiously headed toward the two female disciples of the Chu family in front of her. The female disciples of the Chu family smiled and picked Li Yinju up, bringing her to a nearby room to bathe her and change her clothes. Song Shuhang heaved a sigh of relief. He felt that Li Yinju's state of mind was quite strange at this time. From what he remembered, Li Yinju should already be a grown-up girl. The first time her strange disease manifested, she was already over 20 years old. Afterward, Li Tiansu sold all his property while trying to find a cure for her disease, and this likewise happened over the span of several years. But now, no matter if we were talking about her outward appearance or behavior, they weren't any different from those of a 3 or 4 years old girl. Was it possible that her mental age had also regressed to that of a child alongside her body? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Ha ha, little friend Shuhang, you seem very good at dealing with kids, the ancestor of the Chu family, Chu Kangbue, said with a smile. Then, he shot a glance at the small monk that was closely following behind Song Shuhang. After returning to China, Guegua didn't return to the faraway wandering temple but decided to keep following Song Shuhang and wait for senior brother 3 realms to come over to pick him up. After seeing that the ancestor of the Chu family was looking at him, Guegua joined his palms together and politely greeted him. Chu Kangbue smiled and returned the courtesy. Song Shuhang forced a smile. He was good at dealing with kids? Was it possible that he was innately popular with kids? And that the small monk Guegui, the Pekingese Dudu, Softfeather, 16, and Yu Jiaojiao were attracted to him due to this innate ability of his? While they were chatting, the two female disciples of the Chu family had already brought Li Yinju out. They washed her up and combed her hair. At this time, she was wearing her hair down. Her long, thick, silvery white hair was scattered behind her back, looking very beautiful. What ruined this state of perfection was the fact that she was wearing an emerald green kasaya over her heavy sweater, looking quite strange. When she saw Song Shuhang, Li Yinju quickly ran toward him. Afterward, she took her small hands out of the kasaya and tightly grabbed Song Shuhang's clothes, not willing to let go. When his body came in contact with the kasaya Li Yinju was wearing, Song Shuhang exclaimed, "So hot?" The emerald green kasaya had the ability to adjust its temperature automatically. Therefore, when it discovered that the temperature of Li Yinju's body was too low, it continuously increased its temperature. At this time, it was scalding hot just like those heaters used in the cold winters to warm oneself up. After hearing Song Shuhang mumbling to himself, Li Yinju looked at him in puzzlement. "It's nothing." Song Shuhang gently patted her head. Such a temperature wasn't really a problem for the current Song Shuhang. Right at this time, the ancestor of the Chu family, Chu Kangbue, said, "Little friend, please follow me." Chu Kangbue showed the way while Song Shuhang and Guegua closely followed behind. Guegua often glanced at Li Yinju. He was rather curious about this girl that had suddenly come out of a chunk of ice. He was told that children were born from rocks, but it was his first time witnessing someone born from ice. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the territory of the Chu family, Song Shuhang was sitting on a sofa. Guegua was sitting on his left, Li Yinju on his right, and Yu Jiaojiao on his shoulder. The emerald green kasaya that Li Yinju was wearing had already been returned to Song Shuhang. The ancestor of the Chu family had prepared some small and exquisite magical clothes for women for her. In the end, the ancestor of the Chu family was still a 5th-stage spiritual emperor. When he was young, he explored a lot of ruins together with Li Tiansu and gathered a lot of treasures. These small magical clothes were nothing for him. Afterward, Chu Kangbue recorded the map of the forbidden area, as well as the information about the area he and Li Tiansu explored back then, on a long scroll, giving it to Song Shuhang. Chu Kangbue didn't really want to step inside that forbidden area again. He wasn't even able to see the front gate of the forbidden area when he was heavily injured and had to nurse his wounds for several years. As if that wasn't enough, his friend Li Tiansu also lost his life in there. From this alone, it was pretty clear that a fifth-stage spiritual emperor wasn't strong enough to explore those ancient ruins. Little friend, here is the position of the forbidden area, as well as the position of the formations located on the periphery of the area. However, many years have passed, and I'm unsure what kind of changes took place on the periphery of the forbidden area. Therefore, you can only use the information about the area that fellow deist Li and I explored as a reference and nothing more, Chu Kangwa said. Thank you, Senior, Song Shuhang said and reassured him. Moreover, you can be at ease. If we find the cure to Li Yinyu's disease inside the forbidden area, we'll try our best to retrieve it. After hearing these words, Chu Kangwa felt relieved. Afterward, the two still discussed for a while. Hearing about Chu Kangwa's experiences from when he was young and taking risks outside benefited Song Shuhang quite a lot. Afterward, the two exchanged phone numbers. If Song Shuhang's trip to the forbidden area were to produce good results, he could now contact Chu Kangwa directly. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Senior Chu, I have still some matters to deal with, so I'll head home first. Let's hope to meet each other again. Song Shuhang said to Chu Kangwa after cupping his hands. Let's hope to meet each other again. Chu Kangwa got up and prepared to see Song Shuhang off. After reaching the open space outside, Song Shuhang took out the silver dragon puppet from his size-reducing purse. When Palace Master Seven Lives Talisman gave him the silver dragon puppet, there was already a spirit stone of the third stage loaded inside. The spirit stone was enough to let the silvery dragon puppet fly for a long time. Song Shuhang was pretty lucky that there was already a spirit stone loaded inside the puppet. Otherwise, a poor wretch like him that didn't even have half a spirit stone would only have been able to use the silver dragon puppet as a mere ornamental object. When he saw the silver dragon puppet, Guegua exclaimed in surprise and immediately jumped on its back. Although he was usually trying to act all serious, he was unable to restrain his childish nature after seeing something he truly liked. Song Shuhang gently patted the head of Li Yinju, who was pulling still his clothes, and said, "Be a good girl and go back with Senior Chu. After a little while, I'll come to see you again, all right?" Li Yinju blinked her eyes, and a confused expression appeared on her face. Her hands were still tightly holding onto Song Shuhang's clothes, unwilling to let go. Yu Jiaojiao, who was sitting on Song Shuhang's shoulder, said with a smile, "He, she is really attached to you, Shuhang. The reason should be this ring I'm wearing on my finger. It has an aura that she finds familiar," Song Shuhang said as he stroked the ancient bronze ring on his finger. The flaming saber technique, a healing spell, and a spirit-gathering formation of the third stage were engraved on this ring. For the current Song Shuhang, it was a hard-to-come-by treasure. The flaming saber technique attached to this ring had saved Song Shuhang's life several times when he was in danger. The healing spell was even more valuable. After all, it was something that could literally save one's life. But after pondering for a moment, Song Shuhang decided to take the ring off his finger. Then, he squatted down and grabbed Li Yinju's small hand, putting the ring in her palm. It was something that belonged to her father, and it was better to return it to her both from an emotional and logical point of view. It was the same as returning the ring to the rightful owner. "Goodbye, and take care of yourself," Song Shuhang said to her in a gentle tone. Li Yinyu's silver eyes closely stared at the ring in her palm. She stood in place and didn't move in the slightest. Chu Kangwa moved forward and gently patted Li Yinyu's head, picking her up and holding her in his arms. "Senior Chu, goodbye." Song Shuhang jumped on the back of the silver dragon puppet and cupped his hands. The eyes of the silver dragon emitted a golden radiance. Afterward, it gently flapped its huge wings and soared into the sky. The disciples of the Chu family looked at the puppet with envious expressions. They found the flying puppet rather cool. Unfortunately, let alone this puppet that could fly in the sky, even a puppet that could only run on land was too expensive for them. If they had enough money to purchase such a puppet, they'd better use it to buy cultivation resources instead. "Let's go back," Chu Kangwa said. In his embrace, Li Yinju was still staring at the ring. It was unknown what she was thinking. Chu Kangwa gently patted the daughter of his deceased friend and said, "From today onward, we'll live together." he would treat Li Yinju as his own daughter and diligently teach and train her. If they were to get rid of the cold in her body someday in the future, he would finally be able to repay the debt he owed to his deceased friend. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just as Chu Kangwa took 5 or 6 steps with Li Yinju in his embrace, the latter suddenly opened her mouth and said one word, out. Soon after, a small spherical object flew out of her mouth. It was a sword orb. A sword orb was an object made of thin, thread-like sharp blades entwined into a small sphere. As long as one poured their true qi or spiritual energy inside, the sword orb would change into a sharp and long sword. Alternatively, it could attack the enemy in the shape of an orb as well. It was very difficult to forge a sword orb. For this reason, the value of a sword orb was from 5 to 10 times higher than an ordinary flying sword of the same rank. After the sword orb flew out of Li Yinju's mouth, it swelled while mid-air, turning into a sword light. Chu Kangwa was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "A sword riding technique." Then, Li Yinju broke free from his embrace and lightly jumped, landing on the sword light. Next, her small body cautiously lay down on the sword light, just like a lovely little animal. Whiz! The sword light flew away and quickly disappeared at the horizon. From the direction, it seemed she was headed toward Song Shuhang. 4th stage innate realm. Chu Kangwa forced a smile. He had judged the situation incorrectly. The daughter of his old friend was actually a cultivator of the 4th stage innate realm. She was so young, but she already had the strength of the 4th stage rank. But after carefully thinking about it, it wasn't this strange. Li Tiansu sold his whole property to find a cure for the disease of his daughter, ending up with a heavy debt. Moreover, he risked his life to explore innumerable secret realms and ruins, and all the resources he obtained were dumped on Li Yinju's body. The number of natural resources was huge, and although most of them were used to resist the cold inside her body, the effect of the remaining small part was enough to push Li Yinju's strength to the 4th stage innate realm. After pondering for a moment, Chu Kangwa took out his mobile phone and called Song Shuhang. Very soon, Song Shuhang picked up the phone. "Eh? Senior Chu, is something the matter?" Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. Did he forget something in the Chu family? Somewhat embarrassed, Chu Kangwa said, "Little friend Song, Yinju is flying toward your position." "What? She is flying over here? How is she flying exactly?" Song Shuhang asked. Chu Kangwa replied, "With a flying sword. 4th stage innate realm." Song Shuhang was dumbstruck. Chu Kangwa replied, "Indeed, 4th stage innate realm." Song Shuhang. Is everyone so talented nowadays? It took the seniors hundreds of years to advance to the 4th stage innate realm. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 97, Hello, I'm looking for Beijing Street's Traveling Sabresman. Chapter for 97, Hello, I'm looking for Beijing Street's Traveling Sabresman. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. But now, Softfeather was on the verge of reaching this realm while in her 20s. Su Clan 16, who was only slightly older than Softfeather, had already tried to break through to it. Yu Jiajiao, who was currently sitting on his shoulder, wasn't that much older than 16 if we were to convert her age into that of humans, and she was already at the 4th stage innate realm. It seemed that this era was going to be full of natural talents. At this time, Chu Kangwa's voice transmitted from the other end again. "Therefore, is it all right if I trouble little friend Song to help me take care of the daughter of my friend for a few days? I'll immediately send over 2 disciples of the Chu family that will be in charge of Li Yinju's daily necessities. I guarantee that it won't cause little friend Song any additional trouble." Chu Kangwa could see that Li Yinju wanted to follow Song Shuhang. Was it something similar to the chick coming out of the egg and considering the first person it saw as its mother? But regardless of the reason, Li Yinju didn't seem to intend to leave Song Shuhang's side for the time being. In that case, he might as well send 2 disciples of the Chu family along to take care of Li Yinju. With that, she would be able to stay close to Song Shuhang without causing him too much trouble. After finding a way to solve the situation, he would bring her back. As for the people in charge of taking care of Li Yinju, Chu Kangbo already had someone suitable in mind, the most talented girl of the Chu family, Chu Chu. Given her talent, it would be a waste to keep her in the Chu family. Such being the case, it was better to have her leave with little friend Song Shuhang. Perhaps she would chance upon some fortuitous encounters. As for the other candidate, he just needed to find someone dependable and competent, and it was settled. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Song Shuhang shot a glance at Guegui, who was happily screaming while riding on the back of the silver dragon puppet. There wasn't that much of a difference between taking care of one child or two. Senior Chu, it's fine. I can help you look after Li Yinju. However, I might have to go on a trip to a very distant place in a short while. Therefore, it's better if the disciples you want to send over to take care of her rush here within 2 days, Song Shuhang replied. 2 days? No problem. Little friend, send me your address. I guarantee you that the disciples of the Chu family will be at your place before tomorrow's sunset. Chu Kangbo patted his chest and reassured Song Shuhang. At the same time, he also thoughtlessly asked, little friend Song Shuhang, where are you heading exactly? Do you need any help with your journey? It's a very far, far place. Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at the starry sky, saying, Senior Chu, thank you for your consideration, but Senior White has already made the necessary arrangements for this long trip. I just need to go over, and that's it. I see. In that case, be careful on the road. Chu Kangbo could sense that Song Shuhang's tone was a bit strange. Therefore, he wasn't sure how to reply and could only wish him good luck. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After hanging up the phone, Song Shuhang discovered that there was a sword light quickly approaching the silver dragon from behind, its speed incredibly fast. It was at least twice as fast as the silver dragon puppet. At this time, the white-haired Li Yinju was lying down on the surface of the sword light, resembling a cute, little animal. Her eyes immediately lit up as soon as they met with Song Shuhang's. The speed of her flying sword became even faster, and she arrived next to Song Shuhang in an instant. Afterward, Li Yinju jumped with all her strength and pounced toward Song Shuhang's silver dragon puppet. This dangerous action almost made Song Shuhang's heart jump out of his chest. He quickly stretched his hands out to grab the mischievous brat. Luckily, Li Yinju could freely control her momentum. Therefore, when she pounced forward and arrived in front of Song Shuhang's body, her momentum had already reduced to the minimum. This allowed Song Shuhang to catch her and gently hold her in his arms. The nearby sword light started to shrink, changing into a small orb that flew next to Li Yinju's body. Afterward, she slightly opened her mouth and swallowed the sword orb. Hee hee. Li Yinju grabbed the corner of Song Shuhang's clothes and laughed complacently. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he gently patted Li Yinju's head. The nearby Guegui opened his eyes wide in disbelief. This little girl that seemed even younger than him could unexpectedly ride a flying sword. Guegui's view of the world had somewhat crumbled. But very soon, he clenched his teeth and steeled his heart. It must be because I didn't practice enough recently. I must practice much harder from now on. Li Yinju had unknowingly motivated the small monk to practice even harder. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After grabbing Song Shuhang's clothes, Li Yinju stretched out her small hand and handed out the ancient bronze ring to Song Shuhang. You want to give it to me? Song Shuhang said with a smile. Li Yinju gently nodded her head. Song Shuhang shook his head and said softly, this is something that belonged to your father. I just returned it to the rightful owner. Now, this ring belongs to you. Li Yinju kept raising her small hand as she stared at Song Shuhang with her silvery eyes. Song Shuhang felt a bit embarrassed with Li Yinju staring at him like that. In the end, he had no choice but to take the ancient bronze ring once more. From the looks of it, Li Yinju didn't approach me due to the ancient bronze ring. But if the ring isn't the reason, why did she approach me? Then, Song Shuhang immediately thought of the ghost spirit inside his body. When he was contracting the ghost spirit back then, the latter absorbed a small portion of the energy Li Tiansu left behind before disappearing. Perhaps Song Shuhang had now some of Li Tiansu's aura on his body, and it was the reason Li Yinju approached him. Forget it. Regardless of the reason, he would carry her home first. After all, Mama Song really liked kids. Therefore, she should like this adorable girl. Oh, right. One couldn't forget the serious-looking Guogua. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Wenju City, Beijing Street. Song Shuhang's home. Mama Song was sitting on the sofa and eating watermelon seeds while watching Korean dramas. Papa Song was lying on the sofa, resting with his eyes closed. According to today's news report, the people that had ended up on the deserted island after the plane crash had been already delivered to Shanghai City by the cruise ship of that mysterious Nouveau Riche. All the passengers were currently on their way home. Therefore, Papa Song applied for leave today, and Mama Song prepared a good meal very early. Now, they were waiting for Song Shuhang to return home. Ding dong tilde. The sound of the doorbell echoed in the room. Is Shuhang finally back? Papa Song immediately sprang to his feet. His actions were so quick that they hardly resembled those of someone of his age. Immediately after, he rushed toward the door with quick steps and opened it. Boy, you have finally returned it, hey? Halfway through his speech, Papa Song saw the person standing in front of the door and became speechless. The person standing before his eyes wasn't Song Shuhang, but a woman with a tall and slender figure. Her having a tall and slender figure wasn't strange. What was strange were the clothes she was wearing. She was wearing one of those ancient red skirts, and it felt as though she was a fairy maiden that had come out of a historical movie. It was quite hot during this period. Other than it looking strange, didn't she feel hot and stuffy with these clothes on? Hello, may I ask who you are? Papa Song asked. The woman wearing that ancient red skirt blinked her eyes and asked, Excuse me, is this little friend stressed by a mountain of books home? In the instant she smiled, a very strong attraction spread from her body, and Papa Song's body uncontrollably moved in her direction. Of course, it's not what you're thinking. Papa Song wasn't attracted by her beauty but was literally attracted toward her, just like a piece of iron attracted by a magnet. Papa Song felt that he was unable to stand up firmly. Stressed by a mountain of books? What's that? Papa Song was confused. At the same time, he felt as though his center of gravity had become a bit unstable and quickly leaned back. Oh? Wait a moment. Today is a different day. The woman wearing the ancient red skirt took out her phone and gently swiped on its surface. Soon after, she raised her head and said earnestly, Is this Beijing Street's traveling sabresman's home? Beijing Street's traveling sabresman? What the hell is that? Papa Song rubbed his temples. Recently, these youngsters like to have fun in strange and bizarre ways. His train of thought just couldn't keep up with theirs. But this street is indeed called Beijing. Oh, wait a moment. I forgot something very important. The woman wearing the ancient red skirt swiped on the phone once more and started to quickly type something. In the 9 Provinces #1 group. Fairy Firefly, it's very urgent. I need to ask something to the fellow Taoists online. What's Beijing Street's traveling sabresman's full name? I can't recall it. Vice Island Master Chen Chenwei, who is Beijing Street's traveling sabresman? Dongfang Snow, is it a new fellow Daoist that was just added to the group? Fairy Firefly, no. I'm talking about that fellow Daoist with 7 names that's using a different one each day. Dongfang Snow, oh tilde you meant fellow Daoist 7 days. Dharma King Creation, what the hell is this fellow Daoist 7 days? That little friend is just changing name each day, and that's it. Northern Rivers Loose Cultivator, fellow Daoist 7 days, this Dao name is quite good. I like it. Moreover, Fairy Firefly, Beijing Street's traveling sabresman's full name is Song Shuhang. Anyway, why are you asking this? Fairy Firefly, I just went to his place, and I think I met his father. However, I just couldn't recall to mind Bai Jing Street's traveling salesman's full name. Anyway, I got it now. Many thanks, Northern River. Northern River's loose cultivator. Fairy Firefly switched the phone off and raised her head once more, saying to Papa Song, "Hello, is this little friend Song Shuhang's home?" "Oh, so you are Song Shuhang's friend?" Papa Song nodded his head. At the same time, he shot a glance at Fairy Firefly. She was a very attractive woman, and if we were talking about makings and appearance, she was comparable to that Miss Uruzi from the previous time. Both had their merits. The only thing was that her strange behavior and clothing. What the hell was that name just now? Bai Jing Street's traveling salesman. Wait a moment, is it possible that it's that cosplay and role-playing thing that youngsters like nowadays? Papa Song didn't expect that Song Shuhang liked such things. "Please, come in." Shuhang should be on his way back home from Shanghai City. He should arrive today. Did you need something from him since you were looking for him? Papa Song warmly received the guest. Yes. Song Shuhang ordered a special product recently. The product has already arrived in Wenju City and was temporarily delivered to my place. I've heard that he was coming home. Therefore, I decided to come here to meet him personally and see if he had the time to move some of the merchandise, Fairy Firefly said with a smile. The 1,000 bags of spirit rice Song Shuhang ordered had already arrived in Wenju City and had been stored inside Fairy Firefly's empty multi-storied building. Moreover, Fairy Firefly had been entrusted by Venerable White to send Song Shuhang to space. She hadn't used this method to deliver people to space for a very long time. Therefore, she was starting to get restless, itching to enter into action. Fairy Firefly had already prepared a full set of astronaut equipment for Song Shuhang. Now, she only had to wait for Song Shuhang to return home, move some of the spirit rice, and say goodbye to his family before shooting him into space. Papa Song sighed and asked, "Special product?" What kind of special product did he order this time? That boy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter for 98, The Flaming Saber Technique, Eat it while it's still warm. Chapter for 98, The Flaming Saber Technique, Eat it while it's still warm. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. It's white rice, and its taste is quite good. Since it was a hard-to-come-by opportunity, little friend Song Shuhang ordered quite a lot of it, Fairy Firefly said with a smile. In the instant she smiled, her body started to emit that gravitational attraction once more. Papa Song, who was leading the way, felt his body become heavy, just as though he was walking against the wind. He had to spend a great deal of effort to take each step. What's happening? My body seems to have become quite weak nowadays. Papa Song thought to himself. I'll ask my wife to prepare me some tonic tonight to recover my strength. After hearing that Song Shuhang had purchased some white rice, Papa Song didn't inquire further, and it was a good thing that he didn't. Otherwise, if he were to discover that Song Shuhang ordered 1,000 packets of rice in one go, he would surely curse him and label him as a wastrel. Then, he would look for something to beat him up. In the rear, after discovering Papa Song's difficulties, Fairy Firefly immediately stopped smiling. The gravitational attraction spreading from her body likewise disappeared. Papa Song suddenly felt his body become lighter and was somewhat confused as to what was happening. After taking a few steps, Papa Song asked, "Right. Miss, how should I address you?" Up until now, he had yet to ask the name of this girl wearing an ancient red skirt. "You can just call me Liu Ying, I guess," Fairy Firefly said with a smile. Liu Ying, huh? It's a very good name, Papa Song continued. Since you're Song Shuhang's friend, you don't really need to act like a stranger, and can just call me Uncle Song. Fairy Firefly was speechless and somewhat embarrassed. After all, she wasn't like those shameless people that would call a youngster in his 40s uncles just to appear young. Her actual age was enough to let her end up in the first pages of the Song family's list of ancestors. Papa Song enthusiastically led Fairy Firefly into the living room. After seeing that there was a guest, Mama Song quickly went to prepare a cup of spirit green tea. Song Shuhang had reminded them earlier that they could put at most 2 tea leaves in 1 cup of spirit green tea. Fairy Firefly took the cup, looked at the 2 lonely tea leaves drifting on the surface, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Although it had been a long time since she met ordinary people, Fairy Firefly had a lot of experience due to her age. Therefore, she was able to quickly get on the same wavelength as Mama Song and Papa Song. The 3 people started to laugh and chat. Aha, by the way, how come little friend Shuhang isn't home yet? If they kept chatting, it would be difficult for her to avoid referring to Papa Song as Uncle Song. It was simply too embarrassing. Fairy Firefly got goosebumps just at the thought of such a scene. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the meantime, Song Shuhang was still riding on the silver dragon puppet. However, he didn't directly head in Wenju City's direction. He first made a turn and headed toward the smelted cave. He headed toward the same smelted cave that was once Shilan's dwelling. When Song Shuhang entered the dreamland the last time and dreamt of Shilan's life experiences, he got a hold of 2 important pieces of information. The first one was that Shilan explored the grave of Venerable 6th Cultivator of True Virtue together with his companions. The second one was that there was a double-layered wall in the depths of the smelted cave, and behind this double-layered wall was concealed an exquisite wooden puppet that was probably related to the Jet Black sect and the mastermind behind Shilan. Therefore, Song Shuhang took this matter to heart. That exquisite wooden puppet had managed to conceal itself in the depths of the smelted cave before Shilan, who had been just transformed into a puppet, regained his senses. At first, Song Shuhang was planning to return to the cave together with a senior. But now, a cultivator of the 4th stage innate realm such as Yu Jiaojiao was sitting on his shoulder. Li Yinju, another cultivator of the 4th stage innate realm, was also together with him. Therefore, he might as well try to explore the cave now. In addition to these 2 cultivators of the 4th stage realm, Song Shuhang still had Guogua, a mascot of the 1st stage mortality transcender realm, as well as 2 seahorse-type spirit beasts with the bloodline of a flood dragon. At this time, they were unexpectedly lying down next to Li Yinju's body and blowing bubbles with their mouths. It seemed that the 2 seahorses really liked the cold air spreading from Li Yinju's body. On the other hand, Li Yinju also seemed to really like the seahorses. If one were to look carefully, they would see that there was some drool flowing out from the corners of her mouth. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After they arrived in the airspace of the smelted cave, the silver puppet dragon slowly descended. On the back of the dragon, Song Shuhang's face was deathly pale. After his craving for riding the silver dragon puppet like a dragon knight was satisfied and the adrenaline rush was over, Song Shuhang acrophobia resurfaced once more. When he saw that the houses below were only of the size of small black dots, Song Shuhang felt his legs becoming somewhat soft. It was something that had nothing to do with willpower. After all, Song Shuhang's willpower was very strong, but acrophobia was a fearsome symptom that even his willpower couldn't overcome. According to Song Shuhang's guess, he might be able to get rid of his acrophobia after learning how to ride a flying sword, since he wouldn't have to worry about falling from the sky anymore. Luckily, the back of the silver dragon puppet was somewhat bigger than the layer of light of disposable flying swords and had a special saddle for flying and reins that one could grab. With that, Song Shuhang was able to keep the fear under control and slowly descend. Later, I will ask if one of the seniors can install a windshield on this silver dragon puppet, Song Shuhang muttered to himself. Since there was nothing around while he was flying in the middle of the sky, Song Shuhang felt particularly anxious. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. The silver dragon puppet slowly descended and got inside the cave from the entrance Venerable White created when he fell down. Guogua jumped down from the back of the dragon and curiously looked all around, asking, "What is this place?" Inside the smelted cave, the surrounding 4 walls were charred black. The aftermath of the bodies of the black dragon puppet and Shilan exploding was still clearly visible before their eyes. On the other hand, the place where the blood pond was located had been destroyed by Venerable Spirit Butterfly. At this time, the blood pond had dried up, and all the runes inside the smelted cave had been moved away by Venerable Spirit Butterfly. Those runes were related to the teleporting formation, and were thus very helpful towards Venerable Spirit Butterfly's research. Song Shuhang replied, "This is the immortal cave of a deceased cultivator. Be careful, we are heading toward the inner part." Li Yinju tightly grabbed Song Shuhang's clothes and closely followed behind him. Guagua was also closely following behind Li Yinju. The two seahorses didn't have any fighting strength. Therefore, Song Shuhang left them next to the silver dragon puppet. The silver dragon was currently in an active state, and Song Shuhang only needed a word to make it take off. After all, that wooden puppet hiding in the depths of the smelted cave was somewhat strange. Song Shuhang had no choice but to prepare some countermeasures. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Very soon, Song Shuhang's group arrived in the inner part of the cave. Originally, there were many skin puppets and other puppet parts lying in here. Later, Song Shuhang, Soft Feather, and Liu Jiani destroyed everything. The surroundings were likewise charred black. Those were the traces left behind by a large fire. Song Shuhang carefully looked around and discovered that no one had been here recently. "Jiao Jiao, get ready. In a while, I'll destroy that layer of stone." There is a strange human-like puppet concealed behind the layer of stone that might be related to the Jet Black sect, Song Shuhang said. At the same time, he took out the emerald green Kasaya and put it on. The Kasaya itself had an incredibly strong defense, and it could be activated as well for an even stronger defense. If it were possible to turn it into a Daos robe, Song Shuhang would have been even happier. Yu Jiajiao nodded and said, "No problem. I'll prepare a powerful defensive shield, as well as a substitution technique." Li Yinju didn't need Song Shuhang's reminder. She slightly opened her mouth and the sword orb flew out, hovering next to her body and maintaining a state of alertness. "In that case, I'm going in." Song Shuhang grasped the treasured saber-broken tyrant and arrived in front of the layer of stone that was concealing the exquisite wooden puppet in his dream. Song Shuhang operated his true Qi according to the 33 Divine Beasts technique. With that, Song Shuhang's each and every action was accompanied by the cry of a huge whale. In this state, Song Shuhang could burst forth a power that was comparable to that of a huge whale. Soon after, Song Shuhang held the treasured saber-broken tyrant in his hand and spun his wrist. Then, he visualized in his mind Scarlet Heaven's heaven-burning saber intent. Flaming Saber Technique! Bright flames started to burn, and Song Shuhang violently slashed out, sending the saber chi toward the layer of stone. Song Shuhang's knowledge of basic saber techniques had sharply increased while practicing the inverted scale saber technique with young Master Phoenix Slayer's CPU. The higher one's knowledge in regards to basic saber techniques was, the higher would be their comprehension in regards to saber techniques. When he used the Flaming Saber technique this time, the saber intent within was much more powerful. The power of the saber intent and the Flaming Saber technique complemented each other. This slash of the Flaming Saber technique was much bigger in size than the one Song Shuhang unleashed during the fight on the grievance settling platform. The blazing saber chi that streaked across the air was almost 4 meters long. This attack of the Flaming Saber technique should be enough to destroy that layer of stone, right? Song Shuhang thought to himself. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the instant the saber chi of the Flaming Saber technique slashed out, a figure suddenly flashed past Song Shuhang's body, positioning itself in front of the layer of stone. While facing the blazing saber chi, the figure spread its arms and opened its small mouth. Its long silvery hair was fluttering in the wind. The figure was unexpectedly Li Yinju. "Yinju? What are you doing?" Song Shuhang bellowed with all his might. What game was this little girl playing? Why did she suddenly block the path of the Flaming Saber technique? Was it because there was something strange about that layer of stone? Song Shuhang quickly stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion from afar. The saber intent inside the Flaming Saber technique disappeared. That saber intent was a copy of Scarlet Heaven's saber intent, and its killing power was very high. Luckily, Song Shuhang could freely control it and make it disappear at any time. After losing the support of the saber intent, the lethality of the blazing saber chi greatly decreased, only the blazing flames were left. At this time, Song Shuhang saw Li Yinju open her mouth and make several seals with her hands. Slurp! Li Yinju inhaled through her small mouth. In the next moment, something astonishing happened. That huge slash of blazing saber chi was sucked into her mouth like noodles. In just 2 seconds, the whole attack had thoroughly disappeared into her mouth. Burp tilde Li Yinju burped with a satisfied expression on her face. It seemed she had enjoyed the meal. Song Shuhang opened his eyes wide. She unexpectedly ate the flaming saber technique. Although it was only the outer shell of the flaming saber technique without the support of the saber intent, it was still a slash made of true fire born generated from true chi. Those flames were much hotter than normal fire. Now, Li Yinju had unexpectedly sucked it inside her belly through her small mouth. This was literally the saying, eat the food while it's warm because you won't like it once it's cold. After eating the blazing flames, Li Yinju breathed out a mouthful of warm air, and her originally pale face became somewhat ruddy. She seemed full of energy. Looking at how skilled she was, it absolutely wasn't her first time eating the flaming saber technique. Song Shuhang unconsciously glanced at the ancient bronze ring on his finger and thought of the flaming saber technique engraved on it. Is it possible that Daoist priest Li Tianzu often fed the flames of the flaming saber technique to his daughter? Is this the reason Li Yinju instinctively moved forward and ate the flames as soon as she saw them? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 499, Venerable White's Exploration Team Getting Wiped Out. Chapter 499, Venerable White's Exploration Team Getting Wiped Out. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. Judging from Li Yinju's ruddy complexion, it seems that eating the flames of the flaming saber technique can partially counter the cold inside her body. In that case, should I make her eat the flames of the flaming saber technique from time to time before we find a method to cure her disease permanently? Song Shuhang thought to himself. After eating the flames, Li Yinju realized that what she did was improper. She bashfully whizzed past Song Shuhang and hid behind his back, tightly grabbing his clothes and not daring to lift her head. If there was a lolicon on the scene and they were to see her acting like this, they would immediately hug her and bring her home regardless of the price they had to pay. Forget it. I can still destroy that layer of stone even without the flaming saber technique. Song Shuhang raised the treasured saber broken tyrant. This time, he didn't use the flaming saber technique but only the 33 divine beasts technique. The true chi poured inside the treasured saber broken tyrant, and Song Shuhang used once more those saber skills he acquired from young Master Phoenix Slayer's basic knowledge of saber techniques. He relied on the sharp blade to slash at the layer of stone, cutting through it as though he was cutting butter. After 5 slashes, the big layer of stone finally came down. Very soon, the place where the wooden puppet was hiding was laid bare before the eyes of the several people on the scene. Just like in Song Shuhang's dreamland, a lifelike wooden puppet was hidden beneath the layer of stone. Yu Jiaojiao, who was sitting on Song Shuhang's shoulder, said, "I don't sense any fluctuation of spiritual or other energy come from it." It seemed that the wooden puppet before their eyes was nothing but an ordinary human-like puppet. There weren't any magical techniques, runes, or secret mechanisms hidden on its body. Was it just me overthinking it? Song Shuhang muttered to himself. But in the dreamland, he stood in this place and saw the wooden puppet hide behind the layer of stone before the disciple of the Thousand-Hand sect, Xilan, regained consciousness. Who would believe that the wooden puppet was only an ordinary puppet and nothing more? Song Shuhang tried to guess. Is it possible that there might be some hidden mechanism concealed behind the body of the puppet? For example, some fearsome trap will activate if the puppet is moved away from its current position or something of the sort? Yu Jiaojiao replied, "It's very likely. Let's put some distance between us and the puppet. I'll use my ability to control water from a safe distance to dig it out." Thereupon, everyone put some distance between themselves and the layer of stone. Yu Jiaojiao stretched out her small claw and activated a seal. Soon after, a mass of water appeared in front of her out of nowhere. Under the effects of Yu Jiaojiao's innate ability to control water, the mass of water changed into 4 whips that swept toward the wooden puppet. Yu Jiaojiao said, "Get ready. If something strange happens, let's get out here immediately." Song Shuhang and Li Yinju simultaneously nodded. Yu Jiajiao moved her small claw and the whip of water likewise moved, pulling the wooden puppet out of the layer of stone. No hidden mechanism was activated, and the wooden puppet was easily pulled out of the stone and fell next to Song Shuhang's body. The body of the wooden puppet shook a few times due to the inertia, but it soon became motionless. Yu Jiajiao. Song Shuhang. After a short while, Song Shuhang took a step forward and used the treasured saber-broken tyrant to poke the wooden puppet lying on the ground. There wasn't any reaction, the wooden puppet didn't get up to attack him, either. Thereupon, Song Shuhang opened his size-reducing purse and moved it closer to the wooden puppet. The size-reducing purse could only reduce the size of non-living things. In other words, if this wooden puppet was like Xilan, a person whose body had been completely transformed into a puppet, it wouldn't shrink. But as soon as the size-reducing purse approached it, the wooden puppet started to shrink. It was really just an ordinary puppet. In the end, Song Shuhang stored it inside his size-reducing purse. Yu Jiaojiao said, "So, that's it?" Song Shuhang nodded and said, "Yeah, that's it." Later, he would have to ask in the group which senior was familiar with the puppet techniques of the Jet Black sect and could help him examine this wooden puppet to see if there were any problems with it. Yu Jiajiao said, "It was somewhat disappointing." Song Shuhang replied, "I feel the same. Anyway, we managed to obtain the wooden puppet. Now, it's time to return home. Mama Song and Papa Song are probably getting anxious." Song Shuhang thought to himself. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. At this time, in the 9 provinces #1 group, several fellow Taoists suddenly popped up. True Monarch Fallout. Cave Lord Snow Wolf. Great Master Profound Principle Only Center ... Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, Ahaha. Northern Rivers Loose Cultivator, eh? Didn't you guys enter the ancient ruins together with Venerable White to explore them? How come you are all here? Is it possible that your phones managed to get the signal while inside the ruins? Spirit Butterfly Island Soft Feather, Ahaha, Senior Northern River, our team was wiped out. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, what? Their team was wiped out? They were wiped out even though Venerable White was leading them and Venerable Spirit Butterfly was also present on the scene. True Monarch Fallout, yes. We just recently regained our senses. Moreover, we received some injuries as well. We left the ruins earlier, and we are currently trying to heal our wounds. Ahaha. When the bright moon appears, you all fainted even though there were 2 venerables together with you, and you were forced to leave the ruins as well. Are these ruins really so scary? In that case, congratulations. The scarier the ruins, the bigger the reward inside. Fairy Lychee, Scholar Drunken Yang, hello. Actually, I'm more interested in how the exploration team was wiped out. When the bright moon appears, it's Drunken Moon, Drunken Moon. If you really can't remember it, look at my current username. When the bright moon appears, there is the word moon inside. Fairy Lychee, I'm sorry. I'll make sure to remember it the next time. Bright moon, bright moon. Cough, as for how our team was wiped out, it's a long story. Cave Lord Snow Wolf sent a sad emoji, as well as a senior_white_smile emote. Unexpectedly, Cave Lord Snow Wolf still dared to send senior white emotes in the chat. Was he tired of living? True Monarch Fallout, it's like this. Not long after Senior White led us into the ruins, he started to explore them while studying the ancient runes and magical techniques all around. Great Master Profound Principle. Cave Lord Snow Wolf continued, then, not sure how, but Senior White got somewhat distracted while he was studying the runes. System notification, a welcome to Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team who just joined the 9 provinces #1 group. Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team. Thank you fellow Deist Yellow Mountain for adding me to the group. Hello, everyone. I'm Tyrant Flood Dragon. True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon's username is really something, Northern River's Loose Cultivator said with a smile. Anyway, let's not get sidetracked and continue with what we were talking about. I'll explain what happened next. Spirit Butterfly Island Softfeather quickly wrote, Senior White got distracted, but we lot were behind him, and from the very start, we didn't notice it. Then, we kept walking and walking, until Senior White suddenly stumbled. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, face_palm. Fairy Lychee, restrain your grief. When the bright moon appears, restrain your grief. +1 inch. Dongfang Snow, restrain your grief. +2 inch. Sun-splitting halberd gua da, picture of a cute puppy. Sun-splitting halberd gua da, picture of the head of a dog being furiously rubbed. Sun-splitting halberd gua da, now that I'm done making fun of myself, restrain your grief. +3 inch. Treasure forging heavenly mansions Yang Xian, fellow Daoist gua da, don't destroy the chain. Restrain your grief. +4 inch. Island Master Tian Chenkong, you above, you also broke the chain, F*CK. Anyway, since Senior White fell, did he cause that terrifying explosion as well? No wonder your entire team was wiped out. Vice Island Master Chen Chenwei, stupid elder brother, don't forget that Venerable Spirit Butterfly entered the ancient ruins together with them. Although Venerable White's skill to suddenly stumble and fall to the ground is rather fearsome, Venerable Spirit Butterfly should be able to swiftly protect all the people on the scene. Palace Master 7 Lives Talisman, therefore, how was your team wiped out? Spirit Butterfly Island Softfeather continued with her explanation. The ancient ruins we were exploring were full of traps and hidden mechanisms. In the instant Venerable White stumbled and fell to the ground, the several traps and hidden mechanisms concealed in the surrounding area exploded. The fellow Taoists of the 9 provinces #1 group tried to visualize the scene in their minds, it was simply too terrifying. But to tell you the truth, we were lucky that fellow Daoist White stumbled. Tyrant Flood Dragon wants to father a football team said at this time. The hidden mechanisms concealed within the ancient ruins were very ingenious, and not even the 2 venerables traveling together with us were able to discover all of them. At the time, our group had already carelessly entered within the range of these hidden mechanisms. We were very lucky that fellow Daoist White stumbled and destroyed the traps and hidden mechanisms before they could activate. If fellow Daoist White hadn't tripped and had the traps and hidden mechanisms activated, perhaps the situation of our group would have been even worse. Yes, my father was of the same mind. He said that we got really lucky that Senior White suddenly stumbled back then, Spirit Butterfly Island Softfeather added. Therefore, Venerable White suddenly stumbling and falling to the ground was actually a heaven-sent gift that saved the whole group. Northern River's Loose Cultivator, Senior White's luck is incredible. At the same time, he selected the Senior_White_bless emote from the Senior White's expression package, and carefully saved it. He was planning to keep this picture close to him until he was done breaking through to the 6th stage realm. Who knew, perhaps he might receive Senior White's blessing and advance in realm more easily with this picture at hand. Afterward, the group was completely flooded with the sentence Senior White's luck is incredible. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. After a short while, Fairy Firefly popped up and wrote, at Beijing Street's traveling sabresman, little friend Song Shuhang, how come you haven't returned home yet? I've been waiting for you at your place for more than half a day. I can't bear it anymore. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Right at this time, Song Shuhang was lying on the back of the silver dragon puppet. He looked very pale. Due to his acrophobia flaring up more and more frequently, he was having trouble controlling the silver dragon puppet. Therefore, he made up his mind and decided to let Yu Jiaojiao control the puppet for the time being. Amongst the people on the scene, Guegua was too small, and Li Yinju's state of mind wasn't too stable. Therefore, there was only Yu Jiaojiao left that could control the puppet. However, Song Shuhang quickly regretted making this decision. It was said that a tiger could not beget a dog, and a flood dragon couldn't beget a weak daughter, either. This was more or less the meaning. Yu Jiaojiao was true monarch tyrant flood dragon's daughter, the winner of the first session of the hand-guided tractor competition of the World of Cultivators. Therefore, she was very talented and enthusiastic when it came to driving vehicles and racing on the road. As soon as her small claws grabbed the reins of the silver puppet dragon, she changed into a completely different person. Her eyesight sharpened and killing intent flashed through her small eyes. An indomitable aura was surging on her whole body, ready to slay gods and devils alike if they were to block her path. The speed of the silver dragon puppet was pushed to the limit and reached supersonic speed in a split second. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 500, Sideways King's Car and the Unexpected Traffic Accident. Chapter 500, Sideways King's Car and the Unexpected Traffic Accident. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Karisu. After pulling through the long journey with much difficulty, the silver dragon puppet looked for an isolated area next to Wenju City's seashore and slowly landed. After he jumped down from the back of the silver dragon puppet, Song Shuhang felt that his legs had become somewhat soft. The state of his acrophobia had also worsened. If we were to rank the gravity of one's acrophobia on a scale of 1 to 10, Song Shuhang's current level of acrophobia had already reached level 8. Song Shuhang secretly swore not to let Yu Jiaojiao touch this silver dragon puppet ever again. After storing the silver dragon puppet away, Song Shuhang glanced at Guigui, Li Yinju, who had become sleepy without him noticing, and the two seahorse dragons in the water tank. Afterward, he said, "This seashore is pretty far from Beijing Street. It seems we'll need a car to go there." "You need a car? Leave it to me," Yu Jiaojiao said as she patted her chest. "You can get us a car?" "Of course. An uncle of mine directly manages this sea area. Therefore, there are people of our faction here. It's rather easy to obtain a car," Yu Jiaojiao said. The seas and the oceans were much bigger than the land. The land was full of humans, and even a 6th stage true monarch could only occupy a small territory. In some cases, they had to directly create their domain in a different dimension. On the other hand, a 6th stage true monarch was able to occupy a very large territory in the middle of the sea. Moreover, they had several scattered small territories as well aside from the main one. This sea area close to Wenju City just happened to be under the control of a sworn brother of true monarch tyrant Flood Dragon. Yu Jiaojiao took out her small and lovely phone and dialed a number. Soon after, a heartfelt laughter was transmitted from the other end. "Jiaojiao, is that you? Did the sun rise in the west today? How come you called your uncle on your own?" He. "Uncle Da Jiao, I'm currently in the sea area next to Wenju City. Do you have any subordinate here that can help me deal with a matter?" Yu Jiaojiao said sweetly. "You are in the sea area next to Wenju City? No problem, wait a moment. I'll determine your coordinates and send someone over to look for you," Uncle Da Jiao said readily. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. Then, less than 10 minutes later, waves started to surge on the surface of the sea. Soon after, a crab whose body alone was 3 meters long crawled out of the water and moved sideways until arriving in front of Song Shuhang's group. It was a monster crab of the 3rd stage. This monster crab obviously had had some fortuitous encounter. After it reached the shore, it rolled on the spot and the shell on its body changed like that of a transformer, disjointing and uniting continuously. Very soon, it changed into a monster crab with a humanoid shape. It could be considered as a half-human and half-monster creature. The hard shell was firmly protecting its entire body, and its 2 big pincers changed and shifted to the arm position of the human body. Its legs likewise changed and shifted toward the bottom, turning into 2 human-like feet. Afterward, the monster crab moved sideways and arrived in front of Song Shuhang. It raised its pincer and said to Yu Jiaojiao, "Milady Jiaojiao, I'm Sideways King 1. I hurried here after I received Master Da Jiao's order." "Milady Jiaojiao, what do you need of me?" Yu Jiaojiao blinked her small eyes and said, "We need a car." "A car?" The monster crab nodded and said, "I understand. I just happen to have some human cars in my collection. Actually, I quite like cars and the like, and I found this session of the hand-guided tractor competition truly exciting. Right, congratulations to Your Excellency True Monarch Tyrant Flood Dragon for winning the competition. After it was done with its speech, the monster crab moved sideways toward a storehouse on the shore. Milady Jiajiao and the others, please follow me. I'll bring you to the garage. Although the vehicles I've collected aren't that many, they are all pretty good. See, it's settled, Yu Jiajiao said complacently. Song Shuhang lifted the 2 water tanks and followed behind the monster crab, heading toward the garage. Now then, this monster crab was unexpectedly moving sideways even after assuming a humanoid shape. It was worthy of being called Sideways King, overbearingly moving sideways too and going its own way without caring for others, truly cool. Snowflake hash snowflake hash snowflake hash. The monster crab Sideways King was a sincere fellow. Just like it said, although the cars it collected were few, there were only 7 of them, they were all high-quality ones. Moreover, they all had one thing in common, the volume of all the cars was pretty big. The reason for this was that Sideways King was more than 2 meters tall even after assuming a humanoid shape. Milady Jiajiao, you can choose one of the cars here, Sideways King said. Song Shuhang said, all the cars here are pretty good. Moreover, they are big enough to accommodate the 2 water tanks. You can choose the one you prefer. Yu Jiajiao nodded in agreement. Then, just as they were chatting, Guegua saw a car that was different than the others. The car was hidden behind a large curtain. Guegua's childish nature resurfaced and he quickly ran toward the vehicle, moving the curtain to a side. So cool! Guegua's eyes immediately lit up. Although Guegua wasn't an expert when it came to cars, he could easily tell that this car hidden behind the curtain was on a completely different level than the other 7. The shiny black body of the massive car was somewhat similar to the Batmobile seen in the Batman movie from a few years ago. But the insides of the car, as well as its volume, had been modified and increased in size. Especially the wheels, each wheel was 1.5 meters tall. They looked very overbearing. That's the one! Yu Jiajiao's eyes also lit up. She didn't even wait for Sideways King's reply and leapt down from Song Shuhang's shoulder, changing her size mid-air and reaching a height of 170 centimeters. Then, she quickly jumped on the driver's seat. Inside the Batmobile, the key to the car was placed on the edge of the seat of the driver. Yu Jiajiao picked up the key and started the car. Vroom, vroom, vroom tilde. The rumbling sound of the engine echoed. The sound was really overbearing, it was truly a domineering car. Song Shuhang placed down the 2 water tanks and patted the sleepy Li Yinju, hinting her stay here and look after the tanks. Soon after, Song Shuhang arrived next to the Batmobile and shot a glance at those huge wheels. The body of the car was truly domineering. All men were bound to love such a car. But the problem was, they couldn't really drive such a car on the streets, right? Moreover, it seemed that this car was Sideways King's beloved treasure. It was improper for a gentleman to take away someone else's treasured belongings. Therefore, Song Shuhang decided to urge Yu Jiajiao to choose another car for the time being. If she really liked this car, she could pay Sideways King and have him deliver her an identical one later. Let me try the power of this car. Yu Jiajiao's voice echoed from within the car. Right at this time, the distant Sideways King shouted, Milady Jiajiao, be careful. That's something I personally modified, it's a car custom made for me. Don't worry. I don't want to take your car. I just want to try it out. If its power can satisfy me, I'll pay you 5 times its value later, enough for you to modify 5 such cars. At the time, give me one as well. Yu Jiajiao shouted as she released the handbrake. Milady Jiajiao, this isn't what I meant. It's not about the money I spent to modify the car. What I'm talking about is the way to operate this car. Too late. Sideways King facepalmed. Yu Jiajiao tightly held the steering wheel and pressed the accelerator with her foot. In the next moment, the wheels of the Batmobile moved until placing themselves into a horizontal position. Vroom tilde in the next instant, the car moved sideways. Song Shuhang, who was standing next to the car, appreciating it while sighing with emotion, felt everything become black. The big and black Batmobile had suddenly moved sideways. It was something he hadn't expected in the least. In the next moment, Song Shuhang bumped into the frontal part of the massive car. No, wait, he bumped into the side of the car. Anyway, the huge power of the car knocked him flying. His body flew for about 10 meters before crashing into the wall of the storehouse. What happened? What happened just now? Song Shuhang was dumbfounded. Although Yu Jiajiao was a female driver, what was the deal with the car moving sideways? Was it possible that female drivers were fearsome to the point of ignoring the laws of physics and motion? Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. Just as Song Shuhang's body was sliding down from the wall, he thought of the reason. The Batmobile was something that Sideways King modified personally. Therefore, the car also overbearingly moved sideways just like him. After becoming aware of the reason, Song Shuhang shed some tears. What's the deal with the car moving sideways? Even if you're a monster crab and you walk sideways, what need was there to modify the car and make it move sideways as well? Moreover, even if the car was modified to move sideways, why didn't it move toward the right side? Did it really have to move toward the left, exactly where I was standing, and hit me in the face? In short, so unlucky. Song Shuhang sighed. Luckily, his true chi automatically activated and protected his body in the instant the heavy car bumped into him. Although he was sent flying for more than 10 meters, his body didn't suffer any injury and was only slightly aching due to the impact. Luckily, Yu Jiajiao quickly braked, and there wasn't a second impact. Song Shuhang activated the healing spell on the ancient bronze ring and stretched his body. He was now in perfect condition. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. In the end, Song Shuhang and the others chose a van with a lot of space in the cargo compartment and placed the 2 water tanks in there. The 2 seahorse dragons inside the water tanks used the innate ability of spirit beasts to change the size of their bodies and were now as big as ordinary seahorses, around the size of a palm. With that, he could easily take them home and treat them as pet seahorses for now. At the same time, he would need to remind Mama Song not to get strange ideas about cooking these seahorses. Song Shuhang had learned his lesson from the previous experience with Lady Onion. This time, Song Shuhang decided to drive himself. Yu Jiajia lay prone on the front passenger seat and apologized sincerely. I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional. It's not your fault. Who would have thought that Sideways King's car would also move sideways? Song Shuhang sighed and just accepted his bad luck. Yes. The next time, it would be better not to mess with Sideways King's cars before making sure how they work, Yu Jiajiao said earnestly. However, that car was really cool. Snowflake hash, snowflake hash, snowflake hash. After getting through his first traffic jam, Song Shuhang was able to return to Beijing Street with much difficulty. Just as he was about to reach home, he decided to give Mama Song and Papa Song a call. Boy, you are finally back. Mama Song said. The guest waited for you for almost half a day. Guest? Who is it? Song Shuhang asked in puzzlement. He wasn't even home yet, and there were already people visiting him. It's a pretty girl called Liu Ying. Which one are you more intimate with? Liu Ying or that Yuruzi from the previous time? Mama Song asked in a low voice. Liu Ying like Firefly? Wait a moment, this isn't the same fairy Firefly that wants to send me to space, right? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible.